Here's a message of importance to millions of people who are continually pale and washed out, weak and run down. Doctors will tell you that these conditions are often caused by a deficiency of iron. The iron you need to keep you physically fit and mentally alert. Medical studies show that 2 out of 3 women and many, many men lack the daily iron your body requires in a form your body can easily use and put to work. Every dose gives you more than your daily minimum iron requirement.
We are awake. We are awake.
Yeah, you go.
We're not alone. We are striving for more.
So if you're not getting the iron your body needs,
We are awake.
if you feel weak, run down, and are easily upset,
We are striving for more.
start taking iron today.
It's Friday, my dudes.
And to TGIF. To you all, happy Friday, everybody. Welcome to Have No Sphere, right here on both the Iron Realm Media channel and the Iron Realm Media podcast channel, just because I figured, what the fuck, we could do that, considering YouTube bounced us off of our main channel for 2 weeks. And most of you have been wondering, where the fuck's Iron Realm Media been? Because you didn't know we had a backup channel, because we've had it just as long as we've had our main channel. But that's okay. They wouldn't let us post any community comments or anything else, or you had to be in the know. Those, if you know where to find us when we're not on our main channel, because it's not often that we're not on at all. So glad we're here. Glad you found us. Happy Friday. Hope you're ready to kick off an awesome weekend. We're going to have some badass discussions. Been a crazy week, because we didn't have a show last Friday, because I was off to my dad's for Father's Day weekend, which was a grand old time. And probably a little bit of something that I wanted to get into tonight. I think it might be relevant, because it's one of those things that you walk a real fine line when you have a conversation with my dad and my stepmom. And you can either have a lively discussion, or you can listen to them. And in their experience, they don't really have lively discussions with me, because they know that I'll just sort of start arguing and get argumentative and defensive. And so I've learned in my old age to just not say anything at all. And that's sort of one of the things I wanted to get into, because when you carry around the burden of knowing things that most other people probably don't know. For instance, I had to explain to my 80-ish, almost 80-year-old father and his wife that the Federal Reserve wasn't part of the government. They didn't understand that the Federal Reserve was a group of private banks. They thought the Federal Reserve was federal, like part of the federal government. And that was probably the one thing last weekend that I felt that I could probably safely, maybe gently correct them on, was the idea that the Federal Reserve is not federal at all. And my son was with me. So when my stepmom was singing the praises of that group of activists out there that are fighting fascism, that group, that anti-fascist groups, what do they call themselves? Antifa? No, Antifa? You think Antifa is a good thing? Okay. Oh, global warming's bad, so you're glad that they're talking about taking and spraying ocean water up into the atmosphere to reflect sunlight to reduce the temperature. Okay, whatever. And I know my son is seeing this and hearing this, and he knows. But I think he also knows me. So to see me sit quietly while these things are being said, with the exception of the Federal Reserve and banking in general, I guess they didn't have any idea of the concept of fractional reserve banking and where it is banks get the funds to lend credit-wise out. Anyway, before I get ranty on that, let me just wrap up here. So it's a really good discussion is where do you draw the line? When do you keep your mouth shut? And when can you just not keep your mouth shut anymore? And how do you weigh that out? At what point? When is the juice worth the squeeze, so to speak? I think there's some people out there that are just willing to sacrifice any of their relationships in the name of truth, almost like a coup, a notch on their belt. Look at how many of the relationships in my life I've fucked up because of what I think right now at this moment. Just absolutely convinced that this is the way I'm going to be thinking in another 15 years, another 25 years, because I'm never going to change from the way I'm thinking right now, ever, ever, ever. So I mean, just pull the pin and throw a grenade in every relationship I've got, because this is the end all be all. And when do you just take it over and bend over and be like, well, I don't fucking know. Maybe the Federal Reserve and the Department of the Treasury are really so coincided and hand in hand that it could be considered that maybe the Federal Reserve is part of the federal. No, whatever. Where do you draw the line? I think it's going to be a really good conversation. That's some stuff I really had to deal with this weekend, and stuff I've had to deal with this whole process of me waking up, not just to flat earth, but again, to the banking system, to the law system, to everything over the last 20 years of me actually genuinely starting to peel the scales away from my eyes. It's a question I've had to ask myself many, many times. So I think we're going to be able to talk that out, and can't wait to hear what everybody else has to say. So let's jump right in and say hello to everybody else. Let's start off with, well, the one I love most dear, because I only get to speak to her once, usually every week. And this time it's been a couple of weeks since we didn't do a show on last Friday. Mrs. Cammy Nodell. She's got a little channel here on YouTube. Ageling717. Cammy, my dear, how the hell are you?
Oh, doing good. Was going through withdrawal from not talking to you, Josh. I do miss you guys when you're gone. It is a once a week, but it's a special fun time for me, and I really like it. I like the casual way that we can talk about anything without going hostile, without saying that, wow, if we disagree with it, you're not my friend. But none of us are saying, we all understand the fractal reserve, and that's what it helps that you start on. It helps, like with any friendship, that you start with some shared views and things in common, and that I do want to point out, it would be really helpful, that we are not on Rokfin.
Oh, shit.
I've started on the other ones, but it did not start there, so.
Someone didn't push the button.
Do it.
Again.
Push the button, Frank.
Well, you don't just have to push it once. You got to push it again.
Apparently, that was the issue.
Yeah.
Apparently, and you got to like go over and press it first the time too. First, you got to press it first, and then if that doesn't work, turns out you got to press it a second time. So, if I'd have pressed it the first time, I'd have found out about that second time. Anyway, good stuff.
Anyway,
Sorry.
well,
Go
we
ahead,
made it.
Kimmy.
We're going to go out to other people. And I do want to say a special welcome to Spicy Sarah, Griff, and Baby Pepper. I think people know Josie. Beautiful, beautiful baby. Welcome to South Carolina. We have more people moving in the area. And again, with the babies, I couldn't be happier. I love it. That's why I'm in is the children. So it's super cool for me. I was supposed to be out helping today, and I'm a loser. I'm getting my bearings back, and I wore myself out yesterday, and I couldn't get anything in my Giddy Go today. My Giddy Go refused to go. Glad to kick back and listen to all tonight. But happy Friday, everybody.
Happy Friday, everybody. Shout out to everybody there in chat. Shout out to everybody there in Rockfin. I see Globebusters there, and of course, Walt and Cammy. And that pretty much wraps it up.
Yeah, Andrew will be there in a minute. Give him a minute. He'll be there.
Shout out to Andrew B. Well, that's the voice of one Mr. Walter Johnson. You might have recognized him from a little show that we do on Tuesday and Friday mornings here on the YouTubes and on the Rockfins and a little place called truthfrequencyradio.com, TFRlive.com. The show being the Iron Works. That's 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Central Time in the AM. Yeah. Walter, how are you doing, sir?
I am fine, except I'm suddenly choking there. Sorry. Took a big swig of coffee and hit me the wrong way. That's what it was. That's all it was. Anyway, how are you fine and lovely people? I'm here. It's Friday. We had a great show this morning. Austin was able to hop in and join us. I saw he was in the chat. He's going to hopefully hop in and hang out with us as well here if he can ever escape. I saw he was making his escape even as we got going. So we should see him in a minute. But we already have our other brother from another mother sitting here with us, Big Mike. Can't wait to get in with you, brother. But yeah, it's been Friday. Good week. Lots of craziness, as we all know, going on, including I woke up to interesting news, but we'll get to that in a little while. Let's say hey to those other folks. I think Zach's here. Hi, Zach. How are you? Good Times for All channel, if you don't know.
That's the one.
Doing all right, I guess. Kind of bittersweet news today. I haven't seen the baby birds or the mama birds like all day. They've been, I think they might be done. They may have flown the coop. But yeah, it's kind of bittersweet. I mean, it was really cool watching them grow up and get their feathers, and I got to see one fly. That was really cool. It was like the little engine that could. It was doing that. I think I can. It wasn't graceful at all. It was like wings weren't flapping in unison, but it was doing it. And yeah, it's weird not having them around now. It's just yeah.
So I hope I can introduce myself by saving you some heartache. What's going on, everybody?
What's up, Mike? Truthers Hour of Comedy, THC here on the YouTubes, on the Rockfins, on the various places.
I love birds. And so I had my very first bird experience when I started waking up and started connecting with nature, and I was doing like my garden outside, and then I started feeding them and we became friends, and now they come right up to me like I'm talking to my feet and stuff, and they bring their babies. But the thing is that the very first time that happened to me where I didn't see them, and then another day went by and a week went by and a month went by, and I was like, shit, they're dead, and then another month went by and they all came back. They all came right on back. And they do that in a cycle now. I know that when they have babies and they show up and I feed them and they like come all day to get the food because the babies are either constantly feeding the babies, and then when they get to fly, they dip out and then they come back. So hopefully yours are going to come back, I think. Nice.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I hope I just get to see them again before winter, because winter they'll head out for...
It's a cycle. I thought the same. And they do. I've been friends with them for 3 full years, and they've done it 4 or 5 times now.
Yeah, this was their second year coming back, the mom and dad. their second nest they built right underneath our porch, same spot. Last year they got chased away by another bird. And then this year they came back and put it back up, and yeah, they had their babies.
That's funny because the other day, like I don't know how this even happens to me or why I'm where I'm supposed to be at the right time, but I watched in front of me, like you wouldn't believe it if you weren't here, but a crow snatched one of these baby birds out of the air and landed in a parking spot next to me, and all the other birds are wow, rah, and they're not really attacking the crow, they're just kind of trying to scare it. And the crow's about to sit there and pluck this baby up, and I ran over and kicked the crow away and grabbed the baby and ran away. And the mom came back and got it, and they put, like, thank God. But it was just like I was right there at the right time. It was cool.
Dixie had a similar experience with a hawk and a squirrel. There were squirrels that were like pancaked up against a tree.
Oh my God.
She was sitting in her car getting ready to eat her lunch, and she just saw this squirrel that was just like fucking pancaked up against a tree, not moving, not doing anything. And she saw this big flutter of wings right on her passenger window. She's like, what the fuck? And she rolls her window down and looks out and see this big ass fucking hawk. And in the hawk's talon on the ground is another fucking squirrel. And the hawk's got the squirrel. He's trying to get a better grip. He's moving his talon, trying to get that squirrel down so he can take off with it and it won't get away. Just trying to get that good solid grip. And she can see him down there trying to get it. So she leans out the window and she scares the hawk away, and that squirrel takes off running. She says she gets back in her seats and leans down, and that squirrel runs halfway up the tree, turns around and looks at her dead in the eye through the windshield and chitters at her and fucking runs up the tree.
That's what they do. That's how they communicate. So
they do
so that's what I found out from my connection with these animals is they're a part of this system too. There is a deep ecology surrounding all of us that I urge everyone to find a way to connect with, because it brings about new change in your own life. I can't even explain, but those birds and squirrels, man, they just want to be part of this system too. And some people will say, well, don't mess with nature, let nature be. I'm like, bitch, I'm nature. That's my friend. I'm not gonna let my fucking friend die.
That hawk ain't gonna go hungry.
Nature, fuck you.
Hawk will be fine. Yep. I'm the same way. And it's one of those reasons why Zach's influence has caused me to now maybe I will relocate spiders outside. Most of the time I just leave them the fuck be. I just leave them alone.
Flies and all kinds of stuff. And now I'm like zen about it. I'm like, all right, come on.
Well, we got some fruit flies going on upstairs. That's a whole different
story. You got to
story.
push them bitches. Yeah, fuck them fruit flies.
Them fruit flies. Fuck them root aphids. Fuck all that shit.
I think that's a difference. I've learned to be non-life force squishing. I don't want to take away life force when it's the same life force that drives my life force. Why would I want to steal that from something else? But there comes a time when infestation and things like this occur, so you have to.
Ticks. I'll kill a mosquito if it is on me. Now, if there's just a mosquito flying around, lands on like a chair or something next to me, hey, it's not on me. I'll let it be. As soon as it lands on me, then that's war. And ticks, same thing. If there's a tick on one of the pets or something like that, I'm pulling you off and you're dead. I'm going to kill you.
Non-aggressive principle. That's right. That's non-aggression, baby. Non-aggression principle.
I like it.
I'm hands off as long as you're hands off. You put your fucking hands on me, and now you'll experience
like
the
an
violence.
Aggressive person. You're not going to just walk up and smack somebody because they're annoying you like a fly.
Right.
But if he lands on you, you're going to try to kill that bitch.
That's it. Fucking personal space. 6 feet, bitch.
Make it 7.
Yeah. Real quick, Hack, starting it off right. Thank you for that. Welcome back to the channel. Hey, y'all. Hey, all from Ireland. Wishing you all good health. Super chat, sir. Thank you so much.
Much love, Hack.
Even my spider hating ass has begun being very spider friendly, and that's a major step. I've like given my car to a spider or two.
No, I have being more understanding of the ecology.
Get out! It's your car, bro. Like, you're in my face, hanging from my ceiling. It's your car. It's yours. I'm out. So
there's benefits to certain crap.
It's just that whole idea of harmony is better than disharmony to me. I mean, I like an occasional, chromatic scale or whatever, but most of the time I like harmonized things, including my nature around me. And you said it perfect, Mike. We are nature. And we should figure out how to work it out right. I even had misgivings about bringing the cats into the house to deal with the mice. I had done everything I could to work with them, if you will, and it didn't work out. So I brought a different form of nature onto the scene, and it all worked out. Do I feel bad for the mice that wound up dying? Yes, I do. They were taking my life force food away from me, and so there's that whole idea of survival of the fittest. I guess I don't know. Thank you, Liz. I see that big heart super chat as well. Lovely lady. But anyway, yeah, I've definitely, for me to change my life around spiders is huge. So you were a big part of that as well for me. So I hear someone ringing our doorbell, knocking on the dome.
Well, I just want to add before we introduce the next person, but the birds brought about a certain way of thinking too, because at first I would buy peanuts and bird seed for just the birds, and then the squirrels were an annoyance to me. And so
Right.
at some point I said, how am I going to stop this? How am I even going to stop that anyway? I don't want to figure that out. Well, I might as well just let them eat it. And now they all show up, and we all hang out there, and that's what I mean by connecting, finding a way to connect with the deep ecology around you instead of walking past it every day.
So important.
Figure we do about 80, so maybe about 120 pounds of bird seed a month.
Cool.
3 bags of sunflower. Well, it's probably more than that. That's just sunflower seed.
That's awesome.
So, and we usually do at least a small bag of safflower.
What kind of birds do you like out there? What kind of birds do you have?
All the songbirds. And I did want to bring it back to the birds for Zach.
I used to wake up with a hangover and literally yell out the window, "Shut the fuck up! I'll kill you!" I would have cussing sessions, and now I wake up and I'm like, I know they're calling me. They're talking to me, saying, "Where's my peanuts and shit?" And I know which one they are, and I love their songs, and we talk back and forth. It's amazing.
It is amazing, and that's why I did want to bring it back to the birds, because I was just out here. I can see through my window that Dixie was putting fresh seed out for them. Is after you do start to watch them and establish that relationship, they do have that gratitude. We have cardinals. We can get 12, 15.
Cardinals
20.
are so loud, though, bro.
Cardinals,
but they're
20 of them out here, but they come as families. You'll see the mom and dad come in the late winter.
What color are yours?
The cardinals?
Mine. So I have a bright red one, and then the other one has an orange mohawk, bright orange. Like I'm talking tropical looking. I'm like, wow, man.
I think that's probably the female. The male is going to be the bright red one. And then
so the male is the red one, and he's the scared one. The female will come up to me and show off and flutter and fly by my face and like.
Yeah, she's usually got a couple of. You'll usually see at least a couple other males with her.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
A couple red ones.
Yep. Those are the males.
But oh man, the she's got a gray body with this bright orange mohawk and beak, and it's just beautiful.
Yep. And then when they have babies, you'll see
they're
them
very.
Get mouthfuls of food, and then they'll fly off. You'll see them because they're taking food back to the nest. So when they have babies. They don't just come and eat and fly. Before they fly, they just gather up as much soot, because we put a lot of soot out too.
I've learned that the amount of times they come back, like how often they come. So like when mine have babies, I can hear them too, because they have a very loud chirp, but they're like constant. It's like fly there, fly back, fly there, fly back.
And then you'll see the babies, once they fledge and they can actually get out of the nest, pretty soon they're coming to eat at your feeders too. Now you've got all of them. But that first round of babies will still be with mom and dad after mom has already had second generation. So now instead of dad having to bust ass back and forth trying to get mom and little baby that can't fly and everybody food, so it's just dad doing the running. Now he's got siblings now help feed the babies, the new babies, and you can watch them. And then you see all the babies grow up and they fly away, but then you see another
mine are so skittish that for months, even eye contact through the bush, they would fly away. Just like if I connected with they're like, I'm out, And now it's like, okay, we know who he is. We're comfortable. They come around, but they don't get as close as these other birds that are like right up to my feet. We're really good friends, but the cardinals are finally, after 7 months, I'd say, coming a little bit closer.
See, what I really want to do is put up a microphone for during the day, and when I come home, it's not that it's quiet, but it's just not really active. But when I open the door and start putting birdseed on the rail, you can hear and they start telling each other like, "Oh shit, here they come! They're letting it out. They're putting it out!" And pretty soon you can hear them. The whole woods and all around us just starts waking up, and you can hear birds. It gets louder and louder, and the birds
That's
get
great.
closer and closer. And as soon as I put that cup away and I walk in, you got 5, 7, 10 birds all out there coming to eat at the same time. And eventually
And
you get to know them, and they appreciate you, and you
get a
appreciate
relationship
them.
with them, man.
Yep.
Some of
It's
them
interesting
sing to
what you were
sing, and some of them are talking to you. They're literally responding to what you're doing or saying. They have a different way of, like, when I whistle to them, they will whistle back in a way. You know, it's weird. It's totally weird.
Go ahead, Walter. What were you saying?
And probably what they're singing to you would be different than what they do with each other. It's just like I was going to say about the eye contact in cats. Before I get to that, with cats only meow to humans once they get past kitten age. Cats only meow to kittens to make them know where they are through echolocation. Cats don't meow to each other as communication. They have all kind of visual cues that they communicate with. So eye contact with cats, and like you were talking about with the birds, like with the cat, when you're doing eye contact, the way cats say I love you is by looking down, closing their eyes, and kind of looking away a little bit. It's a trust thing. When they trust you enough to break eye contact, they love you. That is their way of showing it.
A good
And
long, slow
vice
blink.
versa, dude. You get pissed at your cat and give them a good hard stare. I can make my male cat yowl and leave the room scared of me just by looking at him for a few seconds the right way. He will like take off, like, alpha dad is pissed. So yeah, he knows. But yeah, eye contact is major with animals, man. So it's crazy that you made them they made it comfortable enough to stay around you like that.
And I think, like I said, like even the wildness of nature, when you talk about birds in the wild or animals in the wild, that, like I said, they're just part of this system too. So when we're pushing them out of their ecology, and we're running them over and stuff. And it makes me sad that we're not more connected with it. And that's why I say it brings about a different way of looking at life when you do connect with it. And I think everybody should get that chance.
When you figure a ton probably around a ton of birdseed a year, to have them little fucking squirrels come up just to chew on it and mow down like it's fucking theirs, like they don't have
buddies
nuts,
too.
and they have all sorts of shit they can go collect in the fucking woods.
You need 2 tons.
I need 5 tons.
Don't piss off the squirrels, man. They run this place.
They tear shit up. They get pissed. They tear up the bird feeders. If it's empty, they'll just start chewing on it and tearing shit up, knocking them down. They've busted up suet feeders. They busted up bird feeders.
You can get them used to you feeding them, though. Sometimes I do take a break.
And I don't just say that the squirrels run this place like half-heartedly. I mean, there's a law. When the elite squirrels, the flying squirrels, like if they come and nest in your roof, that's their house now, according to federal law.
If they're
you can't even try to remove them, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, there's plenty of them. I've seen them.
Same with
They're
bats.
not that endangered, but yeah, they own everything.
I've heard a great way to fuck over a homeowners association is to build a great big bat house and let bats come in, because once the bats nest, then they become federally protected and can't be removed. So no matter what the HOA wants, they still can't have the bat house removed because there's bats in it.
That's a fact. That's definitely a fact.
The loophole master. Like, there's got to be a book on crazy loophole.
Who is this dude?
Who the hell is that dude?
I got flying squirrels at my house, and they think they run shit.
Hell yeah, I bet they do. What up, Austin?
What up, fellas?
Shout out to everybody. This is Awesome Austin over from Awesome Austin Channel, who hosts the MELLOWDOME.
What's up? What's up?
The MELLOWDOME.
I just got out of work, dude, man. It was raining the whole time. I don't know why they didn't call it beforehand. I stood out there for like 5 hours almost. Got there. No, I'm tripping. 4 hours. Yeah, like 4 hours. In the rain, but we were able to get out of there early. So I was able to come in with my boy Mike. What's up, brother?
What's up, homie? Thank you for the messages and support, man. You've been showing me, dude. It's tough dealing with what I'm going through, so I appreciate you, brother.
Man, I know you do, bro. You don't gotta even respond, bro. I'm always here for you. You know what I mean? That's what it's about, brother. You know?
That's right.
I guess,
That's what I
you
love
know, I
about
don't
this
even know what
community.
y'all gotten into or anything, but you know, I don't. It's just, to me, it ain't even about flat Earth or anything. It's about these relationships that we're building and this type of stuff. You know, that's what really, that's what I'm about. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But yeah, I'm glad to be on here with y'all. I'm driving home now. I got this joint lit and just listening to y'all talking about animals.
Right?
I got like nothing at the
Another
house
rescuer. Right.
with animals, dude.
Right.
Yeah, and Mike, before we get into, I don't know how much of that you really wanted to get in on this on the show live with some of the shit that you're going through, because I know it does sort of apply with the precept.
I'm an open book, and it helps me by so much to hear someone reply to me. I posted something on Facebook, and I'm sure all of y'all seen it, but you know, when I get a reply like, "Thank you so much for posting this. This is what I'm going through, and this is how I'm dealing with it." It gives me such a place in my heart to be able to deal with it also. So, like Austin said, basically, that without this connection between all of this, like, that's why I'm doing it. It's for what I found. It's for what I'm doing. And it's really tough. And, you know, I don't mind talking about it at all. As long as it can help one person, I'm about it, you know?
Because I know for me it does, and that's kind of why I titled it the way I did, sort of because that's the vibe I got knowing you the little bit that I do.
You hit the nail on the head.
The THC, the talking helps clarity.
I didn't even get that. So you got me.
Oh, that's perfect. That was perfect, dude.
Because being able to,
and what a better place. This is the best place to do it with Iron Realm Media.
and that's why I wanted to invite you on. When I saw you post what you did on Facebook, I'm like, man, I've seen it. I've had versions of it
We've
with
had
my
so
own.
many versions of it go through Iron Realm, man. You just don't know. From beginning all the way till present time. I mean, literally, it's one of those things that it can destroy a relationship, unfortunately, when two people grow apart. And that is one major splitting point where either someone will make their way through it or they won't. And we all know it doesn't matter how much, you know, how many videos you show, how many logical arguments you can present, how much obvious evidence you
I
can
love where you're
show.
going with that. Well, and I don't mean, and I mean, I do mean to interrupt you, because first, let me just say like where I'm coming from with it a little bit, but because I want to make sure that people know how much I love my significant other, Molly, you know, and she is the mother of my two children, and I love her to death. She is awake to certain things that she's being lied to. And it's not that I want her to believe me or believe anything. This is about listening. And this is why my father and I don't talk. So I've already been through this with other family members. And it's like, I feel like it's this curse. And then I also know that maybe I'm not presenting it in the right way. So I'm not a perfect human being by any means of the imagination. But on the other hand, it's about the suppression that I call it suppression, you know, and when I say that to her, she says, I'm not suppressing you. And so I tried to look up what the term is, and it's called stonewalling. It's called evading the other partner's, you know, request or problem, or you know, by evasive maneuvers. And that's where I'm at. And it has just gotten to a point of my entire awakening has been about trying to help all these people, which I've been successful at. I have gotten tons of messages, and we do the show, and I wake people up in my town, but it's the people that I love the most that I can't reach.
So you've not been really like doing your THC thing all that long, even when it was Flat Chat with Mike LeBrash. Wasn't that what it was originally going to be, or something?
That's what I started it out as,
Right.
and then it changed, you know, and things all worked out for itself and became this greatest thing in the world. I mean,
and because it's not been that long, I remember that. I remember making promo stuff for that, and watching you do this. From my point of view, I'm watching you drop big money, lots of money into this thing to get it going, because that's what it takes. That's really the only way to do it, to get it self-sufficient and self-sustaining, is you've got to be able to invest enough to get it up to that point. It's really hard to do it from nothing. It usually requires some investment. And to see you invest in shoes and clothing lines and even sublimation machines to get the clothes and the cups and everything else. I mean, this is huge investment. And for you to just say, all right, so here's what I'm doing. And instead of drinking, I'm just going to start doing all this other shit. So here's money for this, and here's money for this, and here's money, but I'm not drinking. And here's money for this. And I can imagine how your wife's like, what the fuck is going on around here? This dude is just spending money and shipping shit and doing shit, and what the what's going on with our finances?
That is
right
part
now?
of it.
I'm sure it is.
And the whole awakening itself, like we've been together for 8 years, so she's had half of me as this crazy drunk lost soul, and the other half as she still sees me as this crazy lost soul, but not drunk. And it's for me this amazing awakened soul with not being drunk. And it, and it's hard to explain. I'm lost for words on what to do and how to reach her or make her understand where I'm coming from and why I want her to listen. It's not about making her believe. It's about making her understand where I'm coming from and what I found out. And then she can discern the information, I think.
Well, yeah, it's hard when, these aren't beliefs by you anymore. These are things that you've gone and tested, and
that's what I said. I'm not trying to prove my religion. I'm not trying to prove, what the sky is made of. I'm saying you can walk outside with a measuring tool and do the math. It's not hard.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, man. I've been dealing with it for 7 years with family members. And my brother's the only one who's come around, and he told my mom a couple months ago, hey, Mom, I think Zach might not be so crazy. And he might be right about the earth not being the ball.
Wow.
Never told me, told my mom that. But yeah, I was never not the crazy uncle, but now I'm like the uncle that you don't even talk to anymore. That type of uncle. It sucks, man. It really does.
I just feel like, in a sense, there's a sense of like, and because of my drinking and because of who I was and me always like yelling or being like, I'm right and you're fucking wrong and this and that, and the way that I used to deal with things has left an impression about how she can't be wrong anymore. And that if I'm right about this whole time, then that's a big one that, I'm right about again. And I keep trying to explain that this is otherworldly and it's not about me and it's not about you. That there's so much else that's tied into it, that it's about spirituality and it's about your connection and earth and people. And I could go on and on. And I can't get 2 words out without I don't have time right now. I'm tired. But we have had, I want to bring up to date as well, that we had a discussion not long ago, a couple hours ago, that we wrote down on a piece of paper the things that we want to see from each other, and that she'll be a better listener if I can bring it to her better. So I suggest, if anybody else is going through this, that you do have that. It's like we had to have a come to Jesus. I can't continue. My life force is driving intellectual, companionship. That's what it's yearning for. I desire stimulus from my brain and like these new things that I found. I need to discuss that with people. My loved one the most. I can't sit there in the bed and like my brain goes a million miles an hour and not talk about it.
Yeah, I understand, friend. Trust me. I mean, it's tough. It took me literally probably 2 months of me on my own, watching things, going out, trying to figure out what's the sky doing, really? What's the sun doing, really? Heading to the beach. I had finally talked to my son about some of this, and he was looking at it as well, doing his own research, his own digging, but I had yet to broach it really with Michelle. And when I did, it was like, the knee jerk everyone gets. Click, click, click. Here's Verazium or whatever fucking channel it is. Here's Dickhead. all the debunk crap you always get now, but she was finding it back then early on. And, you know, I quickly 1, 2, 3 those. And so it began to be a thing I needed to talk about. It couldn't be something I could deal with on my own anymore. I needed to work on these new synapses that were forming within my brain. And I think that's that burning thing that we all get within us, that we have to talk about it. Because as it's forming these new neural pathways in our fucking brain, literally rewiring the way we think about things, there's no way not to bring that out. You have to try to maybe it's an attempt to change the frequency around you to accommodate that new shift in your own frequency, that verbalization of it, maybe trying to equalize the vibration around you to accommodate it. I don't know. But it is a burning thing. You want to discuss it. You want to talk about it. And when the other person, who is your other half, isn't able to communicate that with you, it's hard.
You hit the nail on the head. Your other half, and I don't feel like I have another half when there's a wall there about the most important thing I found out in my life. Like it's a betrayal. It's a gut wrenching, destructive feeling.
It definitely can be. I mean, she and I went through as deep, as ugly almost as it can get, with screaming fights and accusations and, you know, just all the stuff you hear. It's a call. It's a crazy thing. And here, I can show you this. I can show you that. But slowly but surely, she ticked away her own evidence. You know, she saw it. And that's really what it all comes down to. If it's the thing that somebody can see or not see, sorry, I needed a sip. If it's something they can see or not see, you can't drive it into their head. You can't even love them through it. As hard as that is to say, no matter how much you love them, that's not going to force them to see it. They really have to work through it themselves. And that patience dude, that was a huge work for me. It was patience, and my communication skills suck, as you guys probably hear as I talk over you right now. Dude, it's all about that communication. And it's maybe, I don't know, man. Let it. If she's come to the point of you talking just a few hours ago and working through a step that far, man, that's major. To me, that sounds major, you know? So just time.
I think it's at the end of the day, it's
sucks,
about,
man, it's time that it takes.
she'll, you know, like she works really hard, right? And that's what the system has designed itself to do, is make it so that people are tired.
Right? They don't have time for that shit. They're exhausted.
I don't have time for that shit. And it's done such a good job on her, because she gets home, she's exhausted from work. We can't go out and play, and when she wants to go, she goes with the kids, because I don't go over to her mom's and stuff, you know. And it's that whole thing. But we could have such a better family if we were able to discuss things in a calm way and get our feelings across and just tell each other how we feel. But instead, like you said, we're yelling at the top of our lungs, and we've had enough, and it's this boiling point. And being able to bring it back down to a calm and reasonable level is so tough, because there's animosity built up and regret, and I applaud her. Like you said, it's a huge thing that she came back and said, I'm willing to listen to what you have to say if you can bring it to me in a calm and better manner. And then
Right.
you know, of course I said, I'll do whatever I need to do. I'm willing to do anything.
And it's hard, because you get passionate just like we do. I hear you get as passionate about these things, man, as I do. And it's hard to maintain that calm when it's such a deep thing in your heart and soul that you know now.
It's part of it's in my vein.
It is, dude.
It's
I'm
my
getting
life
chills
force,
right now
man.
saying
It is
this,
my
'cause
energy that
it's such a
drives
truth
me.
thing for me. It is you. It's you. And
And it's not just an idea or thought. It is me.
Right. Exactly. If they can't see you anymore, it's tough. It's tough.
I left a
Go ahead, Austin. Go ahead, man.
I just want to say, like, you know, it just reminds me of a lot of the times, because, you know, me and my wife, we're straight on the whole flat earth. We're straight on everything. But there was a time when we weren't sober, when we were the most toxic people in the world for each other. And it was just so bad on so many levels. I won't even share stories with you. They were so bad. And bro, we've made it, dude. So I know that with patience, and you say you love her, And I know you got children involved. I know you're a great dad. I see,
That's a huge part of it,
you're
man.
awesome, dude. So I know that, and from what you're just saying, how she's willing, with a certain approach to listen, bro. I think you got this, bro. Like, honestly, I think, and maybe with some help or something, it's all about, you're right. It is like what Walt was saying, bro. Patience is a virtue, man. And I had to work on that big time. I had to
All of us,
really
man.
control how I would say things, not necessarily what I would say, but how I would say them. Like my tone and my approach.
Yep.
We're all learning and we're all working on ourselves all the time. Like you said, we're not perfect, you know what I mean? But, I think what you got, bro, I think everything will be all right, bro.
And I'm going to lay down my neural pathways argument here too, because you said your mind is always going a million miles an hour, and it's probably really hard for you to focus most of the time. Yeah. But I bet you
Depending on what it is. I mean, if it's about flat Earth, I'll fucking focus on it forever.
Forever. It's laser focused, and that's the hyperactivity. It's the hyperactive focus on certain things, on the things that you're interested. It's interest based hyperactivity.
Interest based, but it's bigger than that. I'm interested in it because of what it has done to me, and that if it can do it to somebody else, then they would be interested in it too. I know that for a fact.
Okay.
Who's not going to be interested in what it does?
Yeah. I see this clearly, or not clearly, but as much as you could from both sides, that I've kind of been where she is sitting, especially when it was more like 9/11 and that with my husband, I'll put it that like you get tired, you're working with the kids, and you're right, because like the political discussions make it so it's awkward probably around her family. And so she's having to dance that, and yet she feels like she's responsible for maintaining that relationship, the work and everything. And then she gets home and she's trying to go to sleep, and it's 2:00 in the morning, and you just saw a new fact, and it's jumping in your head, and all of these things are racing, and you want to talk about it. But you know what?
Yep.
I have been there. I'm going to say sometimes fuck you and think about her. If you want this to work, that like sometimes she can do it, but when you do this, sometimes you have to think, what about all of the things that she's the weight of the world of trying to make it work, trying to wiggle it with you, make your relationship work, why making excuses why you're not there with the grandchildren. And again, it's weird, or with the parents and the grandchildren, that, and it's awkward. They know that the reason you're not over there is because it will probably get awkward, but you still have to be in the position where, as the female, that they're busy and everything's going okay. You're managing all of this, worrying about the bills, working. You're right. They've kept the women too busy and doing all of this. And sometimes you get hit from so many directions, and it might not seem like this, but the other part is this community, I'm going to tell you, it really desensitizes you with the debates and everything, that everything is about being right. Like, well, come on, you have to look at this because I am right. I am
right. That's exactly what
it makes the arguments about being right. And you know what? It's really not so much important about being right as is your job really to prove yourself right and have the ego, or is it to introduce people because it's such a beautiful concept? Because they'll never see how beautiful it is when it's all about the people introducing its ego about being right. It has nothing to, I like people, I'll flat out said, there are people that I like, including my mother, that she does not believe in the flat earth. We have a lot of different beliefs. She took the jab. She did different things, and it's been a couple hours since we've said we loved each other to each other. She lives the life as a good person. We don't have the same beliefs, but she is a kind, good person. And honestly, I think at the
Most
end of the
people are
game,
in this world.
right,
They really aren't
in the
out
world,
to do
right,
evil. They're not taking
right,
the jibber jabber to be evil. They're not doing the shit they're
right,
doing to
exactly.
be
They're not doing it to
they're
hurt anything.
trying
They're
to
doing
help
it,
those around them that they love. That's really
right,
what they're doing.
right.
Sorry, I didn't mean
And
to
so,
go ahead.
no, that's 100% right. But being told like, well, because I'm right, coming at people with the attitude, because you've learned there's something new or whatever, You want to enlighten them and everything. You're taking over the world. You drop seeds and you make them excited. And I know you want to have things in common with your wife and do this, but if you want to do this, just a lot of the advice I'm going to give you is try to get, you want her to get in your world. You want her to share this and share your excitement. Try getting in her world a little bit. Care. Go over to her parents, help take care of the kids. Go shopping, do something nice for
That's
her,
so
and try to
awesome,
get
Kenny.
into fucking what's important to her. And she'll do the things, but having to be on demand, everybody's everything all of the time as a woman, and that's what they put women in with the children in. And it's like, it's nice that you have the time to be on YouTube and all of this, but I'm working the jobs. I've got to get the children that, to this place. I'm saying this as almost a bitter woman that's almost 60 now, that I'm not at that place anymore. But I was who your wife is, and maybe not with Flat Earth. And with me, it was frustrating because I totally, at the time, we'll do an example. I didn't, I thought 9/11 was, after enough, different things like that and exposure, which I would have finished it anyway on trying to find the games and that, just with logical assessment. I agreed with 9/11, but I didn't know what would, everybody arguing and fighting in the community over what method of destruction took place at 9/11 and what kind of weapons they used, and this person in other words, it became not even is 9/11 real, it became this
Who's right or wrong?
who's right or wrong, and an ego bashing thing, and entirely everybody lost track of what the importance was about the government setting this up and lying to us. It entirely lost it. The entire YouTube community, the entire conspiracy theory, they lost track of that to all be big YouTube stars that get one video out of, and to have husbands that wake the wives up and that say, oh, there's a new fact, but you won't believe this new thing that they learned about. And it's like, okay, I get it. It's not there. In Flat Earth, I almost feel some of the same things happening, and it breaks my heart because Flat Earth really is the ultimate lie. They really are lying to us. I mean, the lie about what the government did was a big one, but again, people quit trying to even pass that lie. They became more interested in bashing each other and being the bigger personality in that. They lost track of even introducing people to the fact about 9/11. It all became about, well, no, Judy Woods is shill, or because she thinks that that's really what I saw from a background. It's like, well, I can believe all the things that these people are wasting their time. If she feels like you're putting a time suck in and it's not going anywhere, that could be something. Show the interest where you're going, how it like, again, with the gardening and what you're doing in nature, how it improves the qualities that it brings, instead of trying to hit her
She
with the fact
sees
that you
those
have to
kinds of
believe.
things too.
So
She
she sees
sees
them,
those
yeah,
firsthand
and
and
you're
know
working
and
on it with her.
acknowledges them, and
Hmm.
and I
And
think
she
one of
knows
the
you're
I
not
think
drinking now.
yes, she
So you
says
know
that
what?
all.
She's working with you. She wants to work with you, doesn't she? Yes, keep going, because
And
she see these things. Yeah.
I think that one of the philosophical questions here would be, if you had Bob in one hand who was not awake, and you had 100 random strangers in another hand who were not awake, but you had the opportunity to wake one of those hands, which would you
Uh-huh.
choose? And my
Right.
goal, obviously, I've chosen that I want to wake that's my trophy. That's my not my end game, but it's my highest. It would be my highest achievement, is to make my significant other know what I know.
So instead of approaching it as being right, what you're trying to do, approach it with letting her see the beauty of it. And you know what? I think you'll get there. I think you will get there, because I think you're approaching it
I
now.
think
That,
that's one of the
you know what you
reasons that I
said.
get so frustrated, is that
I know you
she
get,
sees the beauty and it still doesn't connect, and she's still
but
not
she's gonna
interested in
have.
what.
You have a lot to make through. You said that you used to tell her, like in fights and things like that, you said nasty things to each other. You screamed, you did this. It's going to take a lot of even talk through to not automatically the second you get that look on your face, for her to remember that with that look, you said that, and vice versa, both directions. In other words, you see
True,
things that
true.
trigger it. You need to like work through your triggers and your things like that, and really get raw that it's not okay to talk to each other that way. It's not okay to call each other names and to say that, because you're scarred by it. I'm
That's what
looking
that
at
was the
your
last
face.
thing we
You're
said to each other
scarred by it.
today. Is no matter whether it's like, if I forget what the exact example was, but it's like it's just not healthy, you know. And
It's not healthy. It's toxic. It's not healthy. And working on your family. I mean, if you lose your family for in the thing of flat Earth, unless you want to work for flat Earth for your family, and you've taken some of the biggest steps ever. You've taken some. I mean, you've quit drinking and you're improving your life and everything, and you're working with your wife. Now, I will say it's frustrating and it's not easy. But you know what? It was probably frustrating for her to stick through a lot of years too on the things.
and
This
that
is
and
the
that
measure of the
bothers me
relationship.
because if she was willing to go through that, like, why doesn't she see that all these better things have changed for me? I've had the opportunities to start my own business and to make these better changes. I don't go out and blow money. I make money. My, bank account has money, and I contribute more. I quit smoking cigarettes. I'm a better father. I take the girls places. I pay everything has changed for a positive thing, like from what it used to
Right.
be to now. And it's like, in my head, how can someone not see
How
the
hard to try.
accumulation? It's not, I'm not even just, it would be ridiculous for me to say, well, I quit drinking, so then you should totally trust me. But it's like all these things together. And
I
it
get it.
feels, it
It's
feels
not.
like
She's
as
got
my
to work
my
too.
balloon is deflated. I've put all this energy into being a better person and father, and it's being all for what? Like, I
But
feel
you
like I did it for
touted
them.
more.
I did it for me,
Yeah.
but I also did it for my family.
Okay, but you said too on the family that if it's between like your family and waking up all of these other people, they have to feel like, in other words, to let other people be important to you, the other people, like what you just said to me earlier is like what's more important, waking up all of these people or a couple of family members, right? When you take it's more important, and this is what I want to do, attitude of waking up other people, and it's more important. I almost think that you can subconsciously, as a wife or a partner, that almost feel that and feel in second place. I think if you know the wife's in first place, then she's going to want to help you support waking up other people. So I mean, I personally think it's intentionally shifting the dynamics of your relationship to get there with intention and cause, and not just reacting to fights in that. It takes intention to get there, to be at the place you want to get. If it's at this point in the marriage, it might not work out. You've got a lot of water under the bridge, and problems. And again, there's going to be hard things because you're going to, if you've said ugly words, you're going to flash back, both of you guys, on hearing those ugly words, even when they're not said, just in the mind. That's true. I know that's true, where you hear the words, even though it's been passed into that, you almost have to take a deep breath and cry.
You're
That.
telling
Hey,
me.
you know what though, Cammy?
Mhm.
I love what you're saying, and I'm vibing with that. I've been there with my wife. I've been there where words, exactly what you just said. We're at that phase. We've been through there, and all that is gone. That's non-existent anymore.
You worked through it. It made it through there, but it was hard getting through, wasn't it, Austin? It was really hard getting through. It took intention. It took a lot of intention on both you
Absolutely.
and Kaylee's. And if you were just reacting to everyday happening and not focusing on fixing your relationship, would it have made it? Would be any
No,
be chance of it? No.
no,
Um,
absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, I
you
resonate with what you're saying. I mean, I was there. I was, everything that you were saying, I had to correct. And it takes two people. It absolutely does. And
and it takes
I
two people wanting to try. It takes her wanting to try to. It
yeah,
took Kaylee. I can't. You can decide if you want to. You can't decide if the other
That
person wants
that was the
to.
coming to Jesus
right,
today, is, do we have enough
bingo.
energy to put our differences aside and do what it takes to be the loving parents for our kids, and listen to each other about what our true nature desires, not our frivolous activities about, what some girl said at work, or how, routinely stuff. I'm talking, I want you to hear my inner thoughts and feelings, you know. And I think we're going to work our best at trying to get to that place, while I also continue to shed layers and continue to work on myself, which I have. um, I think that that's the best you can do, is like, just, it's not like a take it one day at a time thing for me. It's just like a different mindset each day I try to just think about something else to be better at, and to have a better thought
Right.
process about.
Instead of take it one day at a time, it's being the best that you can each day, and it changes it out a little bit. It's like, oh, take each day at a time. No, you take each day and physically think, I'm going to try to be a better person today, and what can I work on? And that will get you everywhere. That will ask Awesome Austin in the chat, who I know has had a hard time through relationships. You can ask me in the chat, because I've been married over 20 years, and I can tell you that long marriages come with overall, a long marriage is going to come with overcoming an obstacle. And right now, people learn that when you do, it's one of the saddest things about growing old, and that is we learn that if we come across something and it's uncomfortable and it would be more fun to do something else, to ditch the relationship. And it's sad. If the relationship is really important to you, you have to know that in your mind. If it's not important, if it can't work, and if it's just stretching something that can never work, that's different. Set it free and find something that can do it. If you had like a negative person that did not want to try, did not want, had things that it wasn't reasonable, and that you could say, there is no way I can see myself in 5 years making this work, because right now I'm just doing it for the children, and I'm doing it for, that's a relationship that I would say it's a different thing. Yeah, you got to be in it for each other, and sometimes you have to remind yourself, and she has to remind herself how important. Sometimes it's good to get away from each other for a little bit, a few days, just to clear your mind
That's
and
yeah,
miss each
I'm
other.
going to California to see Daryl next week. I'm leaving. I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna be gone for a while.
I think that's a really good clear your mind. Let her clear her mind. I think that's a beautiful way to restart a relationship, not to end the relationship.
Right, just to take a break from space,
Hey,
clarity.
dude.
Not
Right.
we had an accidental pregnancy day one. We
So
we moved in together a week later and have been together for 8 years every single day of our lives in a tiny 1.5 bedroom apartment.
go to California. That's a healthy
Me and
thing for
Kay,
a
we
little
were
bit.
separated
Yes.
for a year. We were separated for a whole year. 8
And I'm not
months.
even talking
8
about, like,
months. She
separating, but just,
corrected
like,
me.
being away from each other because, gosh, I don't know. I just need my space, I guess. I live in a tiny apartment with 3 girls. It's 3 girls and 1 guy.
You need to know who you are. You need to have I understand that. I think that's healthy. I don't think that's destructive. I think, again, some quiet time just to get to know yourself, because you want to know what you have to offer this beautiful lady if you want to court her again. And it's much easier to know what beautiful qualities, and you spend some time over with Daryl, and you get your priorities, and you're healthy and with a good attitude. You have a lot more to offer this fine lady and these children as a father, even coming in, because you're going with the idea that I'm going to clear my mind, and I'm going to get
Exactly,
my
Cammie.
priorities straight.
Exactly. I mean, I literally Daryl has, another side of him other than just the pot farming, that he has a spiritual side of him that he
A
knows
huge
about.
one. He's got crystals there.
And my thing is timing, and I know all about how my life has been so well based if I just let the timing work itself out. And I feel like maybe I do have another layer of skin to shed. Maybe I am ready to consciously ascend one more time. And this is what I need is this break, and I need to get away because that's what we're gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do.
Daryl has been to my place too, or whatever. And so I've looked him in the eyes, I've hugged him, I've seen pictures of his rocks at his house, and that Daryl's a healer. Again, I can't think of a better. That's a to me, when you said you were going there, and I've happened to have met Daryl, that's a good place to be. That's a good place to center. I think it's like brilliant. And again, if you decide to cut loose or whatever, like through this, where you're thinking through, you'll do whatever you're doing with your heart and with the right attitude, instead of just
And
reacting
I think
and
I'm letting my gut speak finally, and
Mhm.
that's what's allowed me to have this wonderful thing with life and this connection is that I'm allowing it to work for itself. I'm not fighting against it. So if it doesn't work out with my wife, or we're not married, but my children's mother, my significant other, it doesn't work out, then that's just the way that my life is going to have its journey. And I need to accept that. I can't dwell in it. I need to move on
no,
and but
then
I'm
then you need to find out what's the best possible way to still be a father to the children, and to have a co-parenting thing like that, and to go forward with the least amount of drama, and positivity. But you'll learn that. I mean, I think you'll learn some of that being by yourself, and if you're going to make a relationship work, commit to making it work, but you'll, again, time alone. I'm acting like I know
time is
everybody. I'm
everything.
still learning. I'm still learning very, very, very much.
Right.
But
we learn from each other. I think we learn from each other's experience, shared experience. B gets a newer, a new way of thinking.
and I also, I don't know if we have other girls in chat. I just, with all of the guys on there, I jumped in and probably talked too much, but it was like just somebody representing the girl side
Not
of
at all.
it, and what might be going through her mind. It could be totally different, but I don't know. We all have our obstacles to get through, and I think it is we're all being questioned to prioritize what's important in our life and how we want to live our life, and making choices. I don't think it's a bad thing.
Well, I'm willing to give it everything to make my family work because of how much I love them, and that's the reason that I struggle with pain and emotion is because of not being able to reach them. Like I don't want to lose my wife to this beast system, and then what's going to happen to my children?
Right.
We're feeding them Lunchables and this and that, and then we connect. We were in this mode where we were like, okay, our point of this earth is to be the best parents we can be. We need to feed them good food, and we were doing that, and then things started slipping, and I started eating bad, and we're starting to feed the kids bad again, and now we're angry again. And this low, and I know what's going on. I know it's this low
Bad frequency,
vibration.
man.
The
Waste.
dance is called like a dance. You see it happening. Recognize it, make it stop. Make the toxic, way in it start
creeps
when you're
back
watching
in.
it.
It does ease its way back in. So insidious. That's why it comes at you from every fucking angle. Every angle.
And all of this is to be the best father that I can be, because who would I be not to stand up and fight? And I sat there on the couch and felt this guilt for not being a good dad. And now I'm standing up fighting for what's right and what's true in this world. I feel like I should be like, they should respect that later on in their lives. I feel like they're going to understand what I did for them.
I think they will. You're doing, if you change the world for them, how can they, they'll feel it. And if you do it for them and not ego and do things like that out of love and not out of, you do it for the right reason, you make the right vibration
I
happen.
know I'm
that.
doing it for the
You know
right
that.
reason. Yeah.
I think you're terrific. See, and I'm even talking to you about this instead of magnets, which I can't wait to talk to you about, which we're going to do on another.
I can't wait to
I
talk
want
to
to
you
talk
about that too.
declinations so
Don't
bad.
worry. I can't wait to talk about that too.
We're going to have a whole fun thing on declination, and that I love your questions, and I love your inquisitive mind, and I love how you bring energy to everything you do and the thought processes. And I see your mind going at 2:00 in the morning and 3:00 with those enthusiastic
You hit the nail
questions.
on the head, because that is how I'm like, well, what if this could do that?
What if this and could be? I love that. And you can't change it, but you have to kind of,
I have to rein it in. I've got to get a grip on it. It is consuming my life. I love it very much, but I guess the outside world isn't ready for what I have, and I can't destroy everything around me to show them,
Right, but you have outlets for it, and you have people and outlets where it's really appreciated, because there's, again, the learning and the questions and the possibilities. Again, working the things through. I watch your mind work and do mind experiments and different possibilities and different questions, and that's what it takes, is people to ask the questions, not to get to the result. So I think, again, the mind that you bring is really, really important as far as to the community, and again, people learning about flat earth. So you say you want to change the world, and that I do think you have potential. Taking your ego aside, I think you have energy, curiosity, and a strength to be able to really, really make a difference for a lot of people.
I appreciate that. And that's the end game. I want to change people's
Mhm.
lives so that they love themselves to no end. I want everyone to know how special they really truly are, because I didn't know how special I was. And I need people to understand what I found they can find too. And I'm not trying to force it on anybody. I just want the chance to be heard.
Right, and I want you to be heard. I was watching I pulled a Richard Dawkins video from like 8 or 9 years ago, maybe 10 years ago. And it was him being really so proud. I don't know if you know who he is, but he's
No.
atheist and well, you can look it up. He's a piece of work type of thing, but he's quite famous as an educator and as a scientist and that. And he's quite proud of himself. I can drop a video in this chat where he's as a college professor, he's very proud of himself getting rid of all of the letters he gets because people disregard their religion. He's gotten all of these people to drop their religion and things because they can see that science is really the way and all of that stuff is total nonsense. So he's like a professor educated atheist believing that he's cleaning the world up by teaching you that you're a miserable piece of speck and don't have respect for
No
anything.
way.
Yeah, you didn't know he is and well known for it. So yeah,
We need to snuff that out.
we need to snuff that out. We need so much on the other end because there's so much of that. And if you see it again, he's bragging about how his purpose on life has been fulfilled because he's turned all of these people away from God and has proven
Oh,
to them that it's
God.
nonsense. Yeah. We can at some point in here, I can bring up like the little clip of him, like even 5 minutes of
Yeah,
him
bring it
doing
up.
it.
What do you
Okay.
got? I'd love to see it. I'd love to
Because
laugh at
this
that.
is what you're
No,
countering is shit like that. Okay, somebody else gets to talk about Cammy. I've done my spiel way of doing it because I'm not.
Oh,
I
you've
want
been
to
doing
hear
great,
about.
Doug.
I want to hear
Bring
about
it up.
Scary's Uncle Zach.
Yeah.
Why
Don't
is he
talk to
scary,
scary
Uncle Zach?
Well, because I'm a crazy flat earther.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Tell me about it.
Ah,
Like literally. Tell me about it.
Yeah, well, I've always been crazy, Uncle Zach. You know, aspartame's bad for you, fluoride's bad for you. All
She
that
listened.
kind of stuff.
See, and Molly, I know you're in the chat, and she listened to me about these things. She was gonna go get the whatchamacallit and didn't. She had gallons of water that said with added fluoride, and I said, Ma, and it took me weeks, maybe months, I think, to argue that. And now we don't have fluoride in our jug. You know, like she is slowly working with me, but it's like, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You got me with the fluoride thing, and it just, ugh.
Yeah, you know, and that's what I was always known by my siblings. Not so much my younger brother, but all the ones more directly my age and my mom, that I was just crazy. That I just didn't like the government ever since I was young, and you know, that's what I was considered. And then when the whole flat earth thing happened, it was almost like I was now dangerous somehow. Like
Your
they didn't want
mental
me-
stability. They consider your mental stability.
Well, they didn't want me talking to their children anymore, pretty much. You know, my older sister, and that sucks. That hurts.
That sucks.
I mean, I spent a lot of time with those children when I was babysitting them, for I think like 2 years, twice a week. So it wasn't like just niece and nephew that you know a little bit. I helped raise them. And yeah, that sucks. That hurt a lot. Over something they wouldn't even look into. You know?
That's the whole this is where I'm at. Just what you just said. You lost somebody's whole like connection of life because they wouldn't look into something.
And it's mostly out of fear. And I understand that. I get it. But I don't know how it's easier to just do away with somebody than it would be to at least look into what they're saying first. I don't know. I mean, I always
And I'm
knew
not.
they thought I was the
Did
crazy
you ever
one.
ask anybody to prove you wrong, or were you? I mean,
Oh,
isn't the goal just to be like, listen? I just want to tell you about it.
But why would they lie? That's what it always came down to. Didn't matter what I showed them. What proof didn't matter. Oh, you saw that on the internet from NASA.
Do you have anybody's response be, I don't care? You know, because I think a lot of people will with the. I think the I don't care is different from the brainwash almost. The I don't care is like
giving up.
Giving up. That's a great way to put it.
And that's even harder to handle for me.
And that's where we're at. She she understands that they lie. She gets that we didn't go on the. She's like, well, after you showed me a couple of these things, I think I'm the one who made her believe that they didn't land on the moon for real. You know, and it's like, well, those are the same people telling you that it's a fucking ball.
It's a huge thing, man. As a person's literal accepted reality crumbles away beneath them. It's huge. It takes a lot of working through. It takes a lot of finding footholds, things to hold on to that kind of keep you like stable. And suddenly everything seems to drift. Everything you think is something is a total lie. It's totally upside down. I struggle with this with so many close friends, close family members who know everything is not what we're told up to a certain point. And then there's a line in their mind, in their heart, in their soul, in their vibration. Wherever that line is, they aren't able to get past it yet. And it's not any kind of fault. It's not any kind of personality defect. It's not any kind of soul defect. It is just a frequency thing, a shift, a refining of the salts, whatever your term for it is, evolution, spiritual growth, sitting down and reading a few books, watching a few, whatever it is for you to see that next connection. And it's hard. It's literal changing the brain's pathways. And I know that all sounds pretty heavy, but it's literally what's going on as things change. I mean, that was part of what went on with Michelle and I is, for years, she knew I was into a path of questing for truth in this world filled with lies. And it went in all kinds of directions. I did a lot of sweat lodges. I took the Tao. I did a lot of different spiritual
That's where I'm at, Walt. That's right where I'm at.
Dude, I had to taste the world around me because what I had been shown was the accepted path to spiritual enlightenment. It turned out to be just a bunch of blowhards with suits that wanted my money. So I had to find my spiritual path, and it was mine. I had to make it mine. It couldn't be somebody else's. It couldn't be somebody else's in a book. I could take pieces from all these things as I've learned, and as the truth bumps grow on me, I know this is where it's coming from. It's something that I see you there in chat, Molly. It's just something that is hard. It's hard to accept that everything is designed to mislead you. Everything is designed to take your energy, take your spirit, take your fucking money, love, your whole being, and keep you distracted and keep you separate from nature and keep us separate from each other. That's the biggest one, is to keep us separate from each other with these little bitter differences, with these little, I don't think that's it. It's got to be what I think it is. And his system's crazy and my melted thing's right and their ice wall's wrong. And all the different, it's even in this community, they throw it at us to keep us separate. And as we grow this beautiful family and people get together out there in the East Coast Mecca that is now the Carolinas, I mean, it's they can't stop this anymore. And just lots of love headed your way, Molly. It's hard. Trust me, it was hard for me. This was a hard thing to get through, even with my life of questing knowledge, past, truth, and all of it. That she kept saying, "Well, I thought you were this thing, and I thought you thought that thing," and I'm like, "Yeah, but none of that was what I thought before I got to those points. Before I got to those points of thinking that, I thought something totally different. It's not an end path to me. It's that journey. It is the path. That is what the warrior's way is." Anyway, I'm rambling at this point, Mike and Molly. Just love you guys hugely, and all I can do is keep sending that love y'all's way for sure.
One of the things that I think Dixie liked most about me versus her practice husband was that he didn't have a whole lot of passion. And where I was very empathetic in a lot of ways, there were things I was passionate about. And I made up for my empathy and my amount of passion than the things that I was passionate about. So it worked out well in that regard. But when I got started on Flat Earth, like Walt, I spent a lot of time to myself. I didn't share it right away because I was still trying to wrap my brain around it. But eventually I got to the point and I shared it with her, and she wasn't completely off-put by the idea. But once we got to the point where we wanted to start a podcast, it was a conversation between she and I, because I knew it was going to take up an inordinate amount of time, at least getting it off the ground. I expected it would take a huge investment at the beginning of my time. And then after that, we kind of be able to taper off. And we definitely have, compared to what we were when we were starting this.
No, we never did 6, 7 hour shows.
Right? Or just 12, 14-hour hangouts,
Or
watching
just
TV,
like
running
day
through
after
music.
day after day of hangouts.
Right.
No, not us. We weren't drastically. Yeah, go ahead.
But it was one of those things where I had to put that out there and let her know up front, because she was going to be seeing, if this was something she was going to be amenable to, then, you know, she would be seeing less of me for a little bit, but that would taper off. And it's one of the things I've sort of learned even with my practice wife. It's hard to be a truther husband.
Yeah, she telling me.
And I can see you're investing a huge amount of time and money and energy into the truther half. And I think if you spent 10% of the time, not the energy, because my guess is you're fucking 100% energy when you do
Yes,
it.
he is,
So
man.
it's not like a matter of
some of that shit.
having it right. 10% of the time that you spent on being the truther half of it, just 10% on being the husband, just nothing but Molly. Like when she gets home, because she's had a hard day and she is fucking tired and she has to fucking bust her ass, do all that bullshit.
And that's true. As soon as she walks in the door, I have to work on that. I'm like, hey, flat earth, flat earth, flat. And she's like,
It's
Mike,
tough.
you
Yep,
know,
yep, it's tough, brother.
and it's
don't hit her in
tough,
the door.
man.
It is.
is.
It's tough when you're excited and you got new shit you want to show, and she's the most important one, so you want to show her. But yeah, you got to give her that little decompression time.
It's that
That was something I had to
compartmentalization.
learn too. Yeah, it is a tough.
Show her that
Like-
you are as passionate about her as you are about the truth.
True.
You
True.
are a
Good way to put
truther
it.
husband.
Yeah.
Because each one will help you make the other better. Being a husband will make you a better truther once you can learn that balance, and being a truther will make you a better husband once you can learn the balance. But
I always preach balance. You know, I'm great at knowing what to do, and a lot of times I'm not the best at doing to do.
and the balance
So,
will change. You'll have to
I get
adjust
it.
and
I get it.
readjust. And sometimes maybe you have to carry the weight of being the truther part of the couple. And that's okay. Let her not have to worry about it. Bear the burden. Let her live in blissful oblivion. If I had a wife that would let me live in blissful oblivion and I never found out and she took it on and I didn't have to believe her, but she says, look, I'll deal with it. Don't worry about where the kids go to school. I'll manage it. Don't worry about whether or not we're paying taxes. I'll handle it. You just go on in blissful oblivion. Cool. Right now, you're going to have to handle that. She doesn't have the time, the energy, or the desire to fuck with it. And I can appreciate
that's it right
I
there,
appreciate
because
it.
I feel like I have this torch in my hand, you know, and I can't let go, man. I just can't.
Well, you're carrying a torch because you're leading your family.
Yeah.
Don't forget why you're carrying the torch. The torch burns bright and it's a good thing to carry, but you're also leading the way. You're carrying that bright so that your family can find their way behind you. Don't leave them behind. And it's okay if you need to stop and let them catch up. Plain and simple. It's okay. It's okay. The truth will always be there. Truth has always been there.
What do you guys do? You guys do a family night, Austin?
Yeah, we do game night. We do board games Tuesday night. My sister even comes over with her 9-year-old.
That's
You're pretty
awesome.
consistent
Yeah.
on doing it every Tuesday?
Yeah, we do a lot of things throughout the week, man. You know, we don't send them to school. Like, you know, it's, you know, yeah, we plan a lot of things. And that's what we got to do, you know. And I always give time for Kaylee. She, she's home with them all the time. So, her opportunity to go to the gym or do some shopping or get her nails done, you go right ahead, girl, enjoy yourself, you holding down the fort, she's, it's give and take,
the
bro.
other-
Relationship is give and take always.
And the other part of this, Mike, is that the children will see. Oh, look, Wes, Effie, they're in chat already ahead of me. The kids will see all this, you guys working this out and going through this, that it is a time of some type of energetic contention, and that it is a group effort. It is a family unit that works together through these things. They'll see this, and that'll be the script they carry forward when they are working through it with their family and their significant others. And it won't be that some of us have different scripts of our family growing up, so
That's right.
as we all have some alcoholism or some abuse of some sort, family or self or whatever, it definitely is a huge thing to take all of that, transmute it, refine those salts, and the next generation don't have to go through that. And so leading by this example, getting through this experience together, it's going to be a huge impact on these kids too.
That was one of those things that was hard to come to grips for me as a husband and as a father, that really it's more important for my kids to have a strong relationship with my wife. My kids aren't the most important thing. That was a hard thing for me to come to grips with as a father, that my kids aren't the most important thing in our family. They're not. My wife should be the most important thing. That needs to be the example for my son, that he sees that my wife is more important, that she is important to me, that she ranks, she rates, that she is above him in my hierarchy of importance, because that's the example that he's going to see. So that when he finds a woman or a man or whatever these fucking days, he can use that as an example to say, this is where my energy, my focus is. And it's really all about being able to set the example, and what example are you willing to set? And
not necessarily saying treating her like a queen, but showing her or my kids that the importance of being a mom is like you said, the hierarchy. I need to work on that.
You're not only are you a truther husband, but you are raising truther husband and truther wives, ideally. Yeah, and maybe not. Maybe your kids will listen to everything you have to say and completely reject it because they think you're their father, so you're a fucking idiot.
They will go through a period.
Well, one of them does. Yeah. One of them says everything I say like a freaking robot, but the other one wants to follow mommy. So there is that. I don't want to lose them to. That's why another reason why I need to connect with Molly is so that she can connect with my kids.
And there definitely needs to be a connection there, but the connection needs between you and Molly. The connection should be there without any sort of truther conversation. Like the connection should be there minus any conversation. You two should be able to sit in the same room and still feel a connection. I mean, not all the time. Christ, I'm not stupid, but you should still be able to feel a connection. And like I say all the time, anything worth having requires work. And everything in the world requires effort. There's if you want to fail at something, you got to try to fail at it. It requires effort. You got to do the wrong things. And to succeed, you have to try. Yeah. Everything requires effort, including marriage, including love, including every relationship. To be a father, you have to try to be a good father, to try to be a good husband. And it's a constant fucking effort. Just like finding the truth, discerning truth from the lies. It's a fucking constant battle. It's a constant effort. And you're like, fuck it, because I'm the man. I'm up for this shit because I'm about the fucking truth. Because you're up for that fucking battle. You've got the stamina in you. And that's why when I say all you got to do is put forth that 10% of time, that 10% of focus that you put into truth, put that into Molly. Whether it's a day, whether it's a week, however you want to play it out, have that conversation with her. Maybe she doesn't want 10% of Mike every fucking day. Maybe she wants to store
No,
that shit.
I mean,
just-
that was
No,
one
she
of the
probably-
that's one of
she
the things
probably
we went
don't.
over was the family night and being able to. We need to bond more, and maybe I know that I should work on not obsessing. Like I'm not. It's not like you know what I mean. It's not doom and gloom. It's just like, oh well, look at all the fucking crater. You know, I'm like, look at all the stupid ass idiot. You know, like that. I'm still making fun of it and having fun with it, but it is all I talk about. So saying like, you know, oh, Susie's cake the other day was great would be a nice alternative to the routine that I've gotten myself into. You know, I've gotten into this even speaking routine where it's like I only have one subject, and she says that's got, you know, that's got the I'm as boring as a rock at that point. You know, what's interesting about me talking about the same fucking thing over and over, whether she cares about it or not.
And it's one of the things that I think still amazes Dixie is the fact that I listen when she talks. Like sometimes she forgets whether I'm in the room or forgets whether I'm at work. She doesn't know where I am because most of the time I'm so quiet. She doesn't know whether I'm there or not. So it's just kind of, meh. Sometimes it's just not even, well, Josh is just there. Sometimes I don't know whether Josh is there or not. But she knows that when I am there, even if it doesn't look like I'm paying attention, I listen. And so just being able to devote that amount of attention and focus so that when she comes home, you're going to know a pretty good damn reason why her day was so shitty, because you've put in time and focus and energy, just like with everything else. You're able to discern, but you need to compartmentalize. All right, I need to put my husband hat on. I need to take the truther hat off and put my husband hat on and focus on that husband half now and learn to compartmentalize. And eventually, hopefully, you can maybe learn to integrate the two personalities where it's not so compartmentalized.
You're right, man.
But if you can focus
right.
on the husband here and the truther here, that's why we started the podcast, because we needed that. We needed to be able to externalize all the bullshit that we had just found out. And we didn't have anybody else that we could really share openly with. And only come to find out we had so much other shit in common. We've already gone through so much of the same hero's journey, and we had all just sort of converged into this one spot, and IRM was born. But even
you see what it boils down to for me is that what would I do without all of you? Without you specific, what the fuck would I have? Who would I have talked to and like shared this with? I'd have been so lost. Had it not been for me being able to share these things and talk about this stuff.
And use that. That's why we are here. Use that for your compartmentalization. Use it to vent, to let that shit, so that you can now cleanse that out, so that when you want to focus on Molly, you don't have to have all this shit backed up and pinned up that you need to release and unload on her. You've already unloaded on us. You've unloaded on Austin and your guys' audience. You've unloaded it everywhere. Spew that, purge it out everywhere. Binge it and purge it.
That's what it is.
So that when you go to Molly,
from the top of a mountain, right?
You will
the universe
starve her.
It provides.
Starve her of truth for so long that she comes asking about it.
She's like, I haven't heard you talk about truth
Right,
in
what's
a while.
going on?
No
She
shit.
will, dude. You'll be amazed. I actually used that little plan myself. I was like, okay, I'm bugging her to death with it. Let me stop and see when she wants to know more. And she doesn't want to know more.
And
would you like to know more?
That's what I always hope happens, but it's like it doesn't. You know, she has a routine too. She has her hobbies and her interests, and I've definitely taken Cammie's advice into consideration, even in the past few months. Like, I hope she's not listening, but you know, even if she is, it's okay. But going to like one of these crime con things or buying her a ticket for that, you know, like I am willing to show that I'm interested in whatever the fuck I don't care about crime con, but I would go and want to know that she's happy being interested in it, you know, like that I could share that experience with her would make me happy.
And this is where the genuineness of being a flat earther has come from me, is me being able not just to look and make a list of things that I think, all right, well, if I'm going to be a good husband, I'll need to do this. I'll need to show up to Comic-Con. I'll need to be there for the kids. And game night, check, I was there. Yep, I rolled the dice and my body was there. I was a present being in the room. But to actually focus that attention, and that's where it's going to come down to, is all of that energy and focus and attention that you put into truth, and being able to put that now into something that you're not interested in. This is where it's going to come fucked up, because this is what you had to do in school, and why so many things can be difficult, because your brain runs 1,000 miles a minute, and the only thing you want to focus on are the things that you're interested in. And now you're going to have to focus on things that somebody else is interested in. But if you can focus your energy into something that you're not interested in, that's going to be the huge turning point, I think. Once you're passionate about the things she's passionate about, she's going to want to be passionate about the things you're passionate about. Chances are.
And I think a lot of, like, I'm sure this isn't just my relationship, but the chicken before the egg, or who started the argument first, or why did I call you a name because you called me a name? No, it's because you reacted to that and you said this, and you didn't do that because I did that. You know, and it's a vicious cycle of not just finger pointing, but never accepting responsibility to change. You know, not solutions instead of problem repeating.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we finally come to head to say it has to be solutions or it has to be bye-bye, you know. And it's tough. It's a tough one, because I want to do everything it takes.
It's an important one, though. It's worthwhile because you recognize that what you're doing is toxic, not good for you, not good for the children, certainly not good for her. And you're making the commitment to evaluate, figure out a way to make it better, or figure out a way to, if you can't make it better, split that path. That regardless, you come up with you're doing it with the idea that regardless, this is less toxic. And it's your children, and I can tell you love Molly, and so I want to give you every chance in the world, because this is why you do Flat Earth. It's for your family, and for everything. Again, it comes all full cycle, and it's so easy to forget why you're doing it. It's so easy to get caught up and forget why you're doing it, and why you want to change the world. You want to change the world because you want a better place for Molly and your little one. I think that's why you want to let everybody know is what you live behind, and really what you live, your legacy, your child. What are you leaving it for? If not, or why would you? In other words, if you can take your family out of the equation, you kind of get into ego. Are you really caring about all these people, or are you doing it because you want to be the star? And that's not I learned it from Paige.
I want to save everyone's children.
You want to save everybody. She had a thing saying it's like, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. I'm just going to throw that one out there, because again, it's nice to save the world, but you can't save the world by being an asshole. And you're not, by the way. You're not an asshole, but I'm saying that a lot of the times when we're trying with our passion to save things, we become what we're really trying to save.
I totally get that. I definitely come off in a rude tone because I'm so goddamn passionate, and I want the conviction in my voice to come out, and you know, and I am being rude in a way, but it's for the end game of like shake. It's like a verbal shaking you almost, like, you know, I mean this. I need you to listen to me right now. I don't have time to fuck around.
You just told me to calm down, for what it's worth.
It's like,
so I get what you're saying. Like I said, that was one of the things that threw Dixie off when we first got together, and something that I had to really come to grips with about myself was that when I get passionate, I can come across as being angry. Like I'm yelling at people. I don't want to be the crazy angry guy yelling in the corner at nobody.
I'm not, in my mind, I'm like, listen to me, you know, and it is the crazy
passion. Guy. And it's passion. That's how passionate we are when we say things we're passionate about. That's why I could sell a water distiller, and I hate sales. I hate the thought of sales in general. But if it's something I'm passionate about, I could sell it accidentally. I could accidentally sell water distillers because
people tell me that all the time. Oh, you should be a salesman. I'm like, well, you know, that's what I'm trying to do here.
But yeah, it's hard then to compartmentalize and just switch what that passion is and isn't about. And I get that.
Like it would be easy to turn off. It's been easy to turn off until it just keeps boiling up. It's like, okay, maybe I can get to her tomorrow. Maybe there'll be this one truth that she'll get, or this next thing I say she'll want to listen to, or tomorrow she's not going to be tired and she'll be willing to listen. But 3 years go by of me begging to be heard and not being heard, it's like, okay, man, I don't know what else to do. I'm lost. I'm losing my mind,
And that's
and I can't lose my children.
when I started the show. I mentioned a conversation with my father, and it was really the premise of that was I had to, even when I started this, I knew that it would be an issue with the whole paternal side of my family because they fancy themselves super smart, super intellectual, and above all the conspiracy nonsense and above all of the anything that's non-collegiate nonsense. It's super smart, super intelligent, overeducated.
Oh, I know it.
And I knew this would be an issue for them. I have letters from my dad I've read on the air before that he sent to me when I was 6 or 7 years old, telling me not to become a flat earther. Literally, don't become a flat earther. And I grew up to be a flat earther because he was marveling at the blue marble and just how great it was and how he didn't want me to grow up to become a flat earther. Here I am, 40 years later, a motherfucking flat earther. But I had to come to grips with there's relationships. I had to ask myself, is the truth worth sacrificing all my relationships? And my answer at the end of the day was no, it's not. And after 20 years of seeking and finding truths, there's not really a single one that I would be willing to just sacrifice anything and everything for and say, look, this is the absolute end all be all truth. And if you don't believe this particular truth, then I don't see how we can have any sort of relationship. Because at the end of the day, it's all going to be speculation. There's so little of what we can prove that there's no sense on demanding we all see the same thing of what we can prove. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I had to choose to not talk about flat earth with my father because I knew.
And I chose differently. Me and you will disagree on that one. I think that I'm happy with my decision to move forward and say, Dad, I'm going to stand in my stance. I'm going to keep my, if you're not going to, if it was a betrayal, and that's what it's feeling like with Molly, but it's that we're locked in the same room and locked into this family thing that makes it more difficult. With my dad, it was easy. I don't live with him anymore. I can say, see you later, asshole. You don't want to hear what I have to say? Then fuck you. You know, for me, it's not about believing me. I think a lot of this turns into like, well, if they don't believe you, then that's why you're upset. No, that's not why I'm upset. Being heard is completely different from being believed, in my opinion.
So it's not that she's not hearing you, right? It's not like
no, that is it.
So maybe instead of whispering it, maybe raise the volume.
No, and that's what I keep
because
doing.
It's not that she's not hearing you, because she can hear you. Yeah.
Right.
She's not listening.
She chooses not to listen. She chooses not to.
Right. You're telling her how the world is, and by God, she'd better go along with it. Doesn't she understand? I just told you the earth is flat. It's not a belief, right? I'm telling you the fact. Now it's your job to accept it. Chop, chop. Accept it. Is that how you got to flat earth? No, because everybody's path winds and meanders, and it may not look like they're going directly towards flat earth because that path is winding and meandering. Sometimes it's off, sometimes it's on, and you just kind of have to accept a person for the path that they're on, and knowing that ultimately, whether they get it in this life or not, we can see too far on earth. So that truth is going to be revealed at some point. And you've planted the seed, and you can't overwater it because then you just flood it and it never propagates. So you plant the seed and you let it be, and you let her walk that winding, meandering path. She has to make her mistakes, learn things that aren't true. She has to learn things that aren't true. Fucking deal with it. Molly is going to have to learn things that aren't true and see them and say, yep, that's right. And then learn that it's not true. No matter what you say, it's like people have to walk their own path, just like your children are going to have to walk their own paths and make their own mistakes. And the more you try to guide them and shield them and make sure that they don't and tell them how to keep from making mistakes, the more they're going to want to make their own mistakes. Well, don't you tell me what to do. I'll do what I want. I'll do the wrong damn thing just because you told me not to, because it's my fucking decision to make. And that's the way I was. So you just have to learn to accept people where they are on their path and realize that all the paths are going to lead to the fact that the Earth's too big to be a ball 25,000 miles around at the equator. Eventually, we'll all find out. Whether we find out now or later, it's really irrelevant. You can guide the path, but you can't just say, look, it's not a belief, it's the truth, and I told you the truth. So what the fuck? I told you the truth. That's it, right? That's all it takes. I tell you, you accept, and we get to move on the way
to utopia, right?
I had this all planned out in my head, and you're doing it wrong,
And
Molly.
you're fucking it up, man.
Fuck. Right. Unfortunately, it's just not going to work that way, and you just have to learn to accept people for the path that they're on and respect. As much as the painful path that it took for you to get there, it's going to be a painful path for others, but their path might not even look like yours. It'll be a different pain, a different path, and maybe it's more direct, maybe it's less direct. That's the beauty of the paths. And as I've done this for so many years and talked to so many people on the path to flat Earth, that sometimes they can just be absolutely convinced that a certain character is completely fictional. But as soon as you even suggest that maybe people are just as convinced that that character existed for real, they just completely shut down. So it's the same kind of truth or psychosis that if somebody doesn't believe you, well, fuck you. Loving like this, don't believe me when I tell you the Earth is flat. God damn it. I mean,
well, like I said, it boils down to at least hearing me. If you can hear me and then tell me you don't believe me, that's cool.
But again, we're not talking
at
about
least
her
you let
hearing
me plant
you.
that seed.
You want her to listen when you say it.
Correct.
So what would that look like? Beyond her,
it would look like two
it.
people looking at each other and having discourse, like in a calm fashion.
You don't want her to listen to you necessarily. It's not the listening. It's not the hearing.
I want to lay out the information that I have so that she can discern it for herself.
You're interested in the conversation. You want to have a back and forth. Yeah.
No, I don't even. I don't necessarily need her to tell me. I mean, I would love for that. I would in the end. But if at the end of the day, if I got my way, it would be to say, here is my presentation.
Okay, so what if you could only give your presentation to every person on YouTube and never to Molly? Would that ever be enough?
That's what I'm saying about the moral dilemma. This is what I mean.
Okay, can I throw in here a little bit? Because you have Karen in the chat, and I think it's good. And again, it's like you want to do your presentation to her and do it over, and yet you guys are in a relationship and a back and forth. And I can tell you too, from what you're saying, Molly's a girl, and there are a difference between girls and boys. There really is. I would agree with Karen where she says, "Show Molly my video." It's from a mom's.
Absolutely.
I know.
And I know have an event coming up next week. It's like I need her to connect with another girl. Hearing it from somebody else would be so fantastic, but we don't have
needs to do it.
Flat Earth friends.
Okay, well, you do. Karen B made a video that was called My Path to Flat Earth, which is about like a woman's journey and why she did Flat Earth. Even why I have a video up on the screen there that's Richard Dawkins, and if I play it, it broke my heart. I've been actually listening to Peter Boghossian lately because he's doing good work on going on college campuses, and he's a professor that was let go or fired, I believe, for not using pronouns and things like that. But he's going on
leading the horse to water. Like I can show her the link, but I can't force her.
You're right. You can't. But maybe instead of doing things, leave her trickles of things that might even hit a girl more. Again, on an event that if a girl is on this one right here, it's not Flat Earth. This would be a reason for it, is Richard Boghossian on here if I were to play it. And I'm going to play it a few minutes. This is what's going on in the schools. It's them telling and using the globe Earth to teach people that having any kind of relationship outside of science, lying science, in other words, they're rewarding people for ditching their religions on here. So again, if she has a belief in God, you might want to show her what they're teaching people in the universities and why your voice is so important, because you're counteracting people that are saying, again, if I were to hit the play button, that, I am so proud, and I can sleep, and I should be getting awards, and I'm a prize winner because I've showed these people the spinning globe, all of the science, and have proved that God is ridiculous, is what they're saying in this. And they're proud of themselves. Maybe this is what you're fighting against. You hear if I play a minute or two of this?
No, go right
No,
ahead.
absolutely not. Please do.
Okay.
Peter Boghossian and Richard Dawkins.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming tonight, and a special thank you and a very, very warm welcome to Professor Dawkins, who's here to speak with us. I had a list of questions, but I found myself welled up, incredibly tearful when I sat and listened to people. They would come up and they would say things to him about how he's changed their life, person after person. And so I'm going to read some of the things that people said to him. Try not to get too teary for this. Thank you for getting me out of Mormonism. The selfish gene inspired me to go into biology. Your work changed my life. Thank you so, so much. Think about that. Your work changed my life. I appreciate your existence. The God delusion was the reason I left Mormonism. I can't thank you enough. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Professor Dawkins. You saved my life. Thank you for snapping me out of my wishy-washy agnosticism. I'm the first member in my family in 5 generations to leave the Mormon church. Thank you for everything. We had a lot of Mormons tonight. Absolutely inspirational sitting here. Oh, that was me. Absolutely inspirational sitting here with Richard Dawkins, person after person telling him he changed their life. I came all the way from Canada to see you. Thank you for reasoning myself. Thank you for reasoning me out of something I didn't reason myself into. I love that one.
That's a good one.
Yeah. I am unbelievably grateful for all you've done for me. You helped me out of delusion. I drove from Canada to see you. Thank you so much. You've changed my world. Thank you so much. This book has changed my life, the God Delusion. Thank you. I owe you life. I am so grateful. Your books have helped. Yeah, people suffering from very serious faith-based delusions.
Right. And not transferring that to Richard
Then
Dawkins.
someone wanted him to sign the Book of Mormon, which he did not.
That's strange.
Okay, like I cut it off because I think you get the gist of what I'm saying. To do this goes on and on before he even gets to speak. Richard Dawkins is a college professor. He's one of our big scientists and wins all of the awards and gets all of the grant money. And this is what we're pushing right now. And they go through there and explain to the children how with the spinning globe and all of their different things, religion can't be real. And if it was real, evolution and the splitting globe and everything, again, this is real science. So therefore anything you're looking at is not, but this is what our children are being inundated with at school.
That's what I was. I was agnostic
right.
my whole life, saying that there can't be a God because of Big Bang. How could there be a
Right.
God when it's all random?
So if you want to, again, with Molly and that too, in your passion, maybe part of it is instead of trying to get her over to your side or exactly what your beliefs are, have her understand your passion and what you're fighting against instead of what, like, is to say, oh, Molly, you need to say that, like, the earth is flat and da 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 da. Maybe, again, give her a glimpse of why you're doing it and for the children, because this is really a serious
And that's why I say is like if she doesn't care, then I don't know how I'm going to get like it should matter.
I think
it
she
should
will
matter to
care
her
what she
because
sees. Yes,
the kids are going to be lied to.
Right, that's exactly. But if you talk to her as a mother and as a woman, and she understands that it's not just to be part of it, like, again, the community and the different things like it, but to understand exactly not that you want to be right or that you want to be.
I think that's why she changed the fluoride without telling me. she did this. You know, we argued about it. It was never like an agreement. She just started doing it. And I think it was because of all the videos that I showed her and, evidence. And then if I convince her that it's for the children's best interest, then why would she not look into it?
Of course. And the same with you said that she looked into jibber jabbers or whatever and didn't or whatever. And again, you have changed her life in a lot of things without even with a lot of love
She
and
would
with
have got it
different
if it
things.
wasn't for me
Yeah.
for her work and stuff. I mean, I made her wait. They were telling her to go, and I was like, "No, you're not."
No, and because you love her and it would have broken your heart otherwise. Again, just remember you love her and remember why you're doing it. And instead of trying to win what the arguments are, why don't she's a woman. I'll tell you, a woman, you're going to have a better shot, in my humble opinion, with not getting me to say you're right about this, because I'm going to tell you, men and women are different in the fact usually, and this is not for all of them, but like again, it seems to me that males, a lot of it is about being right or wrong, even on a single issue. So you can
My
call
life,
thing and
I think some of
take
it
it off
is.
on a. It's a boy thing. It's a
It
competition.
is.
You
It
check
is.
off your things, and it's a debate. And women, it's not necessarily about being right or wrong. It's how do you get to a better situation. And again, on the right, or maybe you do have to kind of in the back of your mind recognize the wrongs, but being focused on the wrongs will never get you to right. Focusing on, I mean, you could acknowledge the wrongs to say, I don't want to do it again, but constantly saying, no, I'm not going to do it because, I mean,
I
using
think
the
there's a lot of
wrongs.
fear behind it.
Yeah, of
She's
course
very
there is.
intelligent. Her father's very intelligent, and I've even discussed it with her father. Even has discourse with me, and we go back and forth. And he says, the same regurgitations. And he's an engineer or architect or something like that. Really, really like professionally smart and can do the math and things.
My
And there
father
are
was an
certain things
engineer,
that I've
yes.
convinced him of, and I don't think I don't think she's scared of like the whole what it comes with, like she would look weird in her father's eye, or I think it's a very scary place to look into something like that.
They can, but you can tell her she's looking into it as Fight Club right now at the beginning from her side. Maybe you're out there, but she can be quietly supporting you, and you're okay with her not putting herself out. Everybody has got their different level, is in a different place in the journey, and has different people they have to be around and deal with every day. And again, it being a flat earther outside would cause, this is where I'll disagree with different people, but like being vocal, if you're in a small like office with a group of people that are going to go hostile on you every day and make fun of you, or you could lose some professional stuff, maybe it doesn't belong right in that, and you can take it to a different arena. You can find an arena to do it and things to punch out, but you're going to find that I've been telling people about flat earth now for over 7 years, and it was shocking 7 years ago. It's really hard. I don't know the last time I found somebody that I've mentioned flat earth that they haven't heard about the concept of it. And that right there has changed. So it gets a little bit easier each day. It's not easy anymore, but it's certainly a lot more.
I used to think I was blessed for her, just me, for that reason alone, for allowing me to bring it up, or for allowing me to talk about it with, like, her acceptance of my acceptance of it is great. She's never fought me on it or said that I shouldn't talk about it or don't talk about it in public or that she's embarrassed or anything like that. She's always been supportive of the fact that I am going to have my passions. She just doesn't have the same. And I agree, and I get that, but it's I've never actually had the chance to tell her about it.
And if she became passionate about karaoke, yeah. So after work, even though she was tired, dead ass tired, she still wanted to go out and sing songs after work. And she'd come home late and left you to deal with the kids, but she was passionate about karaoke. And on the weekends, she's reading lyrics, she's learning new songs, she's in a room, she's practicing in the shower. She's spending a lot more time now dedicated to karaoke. And she's leaving you lyrics, right? Lyrics to songs. Saying, I want you to read these. I want you to read these. But fuck, Mike, just read them. Now, the trick is she doesn't want you to really read them, because once you read them, you'll see that these fucking lyrics are duets. She's saying, I want you to read these, Mike. I want you to read these. But the truth is, she wants to fucking sing a duet with you, Mike. It's not that she wants her passion to shine through to you. She wants you to share that passion with her. She wants to sing a duet with you, Mike. And I can see that's what you want with her. You don't want her to hear you. You don't want her to listen to you. You don't even want to have a conversation about it. You want her to be as passionate about the flat earth and the truth as you are. And you want to share that passion together, is what I'm seeing. And because she doesn't have the passion about
that
the
would
flat
be a
earth.
perfect world, Josh. I don't know that that's what I want. I don't want that.
What
She
if
has
it was
other passions
karaoke?
in life.
Yeah, what if it was karaoke?
I want her to have a passion. I want her to have a passion for caring about what my passion is. You see? And same goes for me.
Right,
I
I
want to care
understand.
about what she loves. I want to know what she loves, and I want to know how she feels about it. I don't want to love what she loves.
Are you,
I don't
though?
want to do what she loves. I want to know how much she loves it.
And even if, here's a little trick, you only have to put forth enough energy to make her feel it. You don't have to believe it, but she has to feel it. So the question is, do you really want to be that passionate about the things that she's passionate about?
Yes,
because she's passionate about things. So the question is, are you as passionate about flat Earth?
No,
as you are about the things that she's passionate about. So you don't really
and that's personal interest, right? I think that's human nature.
So you can't really necessarily expect her to be as passionate about a flat Earth as you are, because you're not going to be as passionate.
That's what I mean. I want to plant the seed so that maybe 3 years down the road that these things will click.
And do you think you
know
haven't?
how game works, but I haven't been able to get the opportunity to say, this is what I want you to know about.
Do you think you
She doesn't necessarily have to join me in my fight?
And do you think she's not heard you? You think you've not planted any seeds at all?
She hears me talk about it constantly, but that's what I mean between listening and hearing. When you're if you're not interested in something, you're not really hearing it. Your ears are on, you hear the words, but they don't register. You're not processing these words.
But I mean, I'm sure she is. Like, she could tell you. I'm sure that if you were to ask her to say some of the things about flat Earth that she's heard you say, she could regurgitate.
I don't think she could. I
bet you she could. I bet you you'd be surprised.
I might be surprised, but that's how how much she doesn't care.
That's the scary
you
part.
Might be so surprised. I hate to
overwatering.
interrupt, Josh. Hang on one second. You might be so surprised, Mike, when she'll actually send you articles and stuff, dude. That's what Shell started doing. She started sending me freaking like space letters going, oh my God, this is so ridiculous, pointing out the idiocy of so many different things. I'm not putting that out there just because,
she
I'm
sends
just saying,
me things
that's
to
what
prove it's a
happened to me.
ball.
I understand. That's how it started with Shell and I, and it escalated from there and went really south, really quick. That's what I said. I kind of braced over all that earlier. I mean, she took a little time away. We broke up a minute. I mean, not broke up, but we took a little time to figure out things. It's where we got to. It was, and if you go back on our channel history, it's there somewhere on the show. We talked about all this as we all went through it. I mean, we had our buddy Rob, he literally lost his wife over all of this. And we had, it's not always going to come out to be a happy ending, unfortunately, as I see, different people in chat talking about experiences that happen. But the passion and the love and the fact that she's willing to come hang out even in the chat and expose herself to this bunch of yahoos here, I mean, that's a big step in my opinion. So I think it's a tough road, man. And as I said earlier, this thing separates people in a huge way because it takes a certain center of being, a certain frequency to stand in this. And it's tough. It's tough to wear that and not feel the pressure that it brings from outside people, man, especially when she's the one out in the world, breadwinning, out in the, out in the normie world is what I mean.
Right. No,
it's tough. It's tough to
she works in a school system. I mean, when you talk about the normie world, she's there.
Oh, then that's hard. That's super hard, man. I mean, Shell's at the newspaper, so that's the other side of the media driven bullshit. She pushes stuff that now stuff that she hates. She won't even run certain things. Like, she's risking her job literally at times over stuff that she's learned through being exposed to things through me. But years ago, that would have not ever been the case, So it's a tough path.
It's got to be self-preservation too.
She's got to walk it for herself. What? I'm sorry, Josh.
I was going to say it's got to be a self-preservation too. If I were in her position, you have to preserve your psyche. I mean, when you are dealing with children and you are teaching children and you're earning an income teaching children, and that's what you've dedicated your life to, you can't just go around grabbing information that's going to throw a monkey wrench into the whole everything in your life. And what, you're just going to go around and be this hypocrite? And now you want to lie to children? You want Molly to accept all this stuff and just lie to the kids to earn her paycheck? Or she would then have to quit her job to live truthfully, to live in that truth. Now she can't just lie. If she's accepted that as truth, she can't just now knowingly lie. So now she quits her job. So you don't have that income anymore. Now what is the family having to suffer and go through? I can see how, as an act of self-preservation, she just has to say, look, right now I'm going to focus on the things that I need to focus on to teach the children so that I can make sure that we all don't starve. Because
she says that out loud.
Yeah,
I mean, I have to focus on my job, and it's like
the things you were teaching her would make her a hypocrite. Yeah, it'd make her a hypocrite.
Not necessarily. She's not a teacher in that. She's a speech therapist, so she'd be a hypocrite in anything she's ever said in her life. But
my sister-in-law is a speech therapist.
She's a speech therapist for autistic children.
Yeah, that's exactly what my sister-in-law does. Yeah, in the school system, and it's a really tough thing for her because.
And this is what I mean. Like, can you imagine
the person I used to do the reality check show with? So she's a huge truth person who still is struggling with
patience it takes to put up with me alone.
For her to deal with all that on her side, knowing the lies, knowing the crap that was going on, having to put up with all the separation that was going on with the kids, it was a tough struggle for her. So, yeah, it is. When you told us that kind of added a whole new layer to this whole thing. Because that's a tough realization to work through, that your actual livelihood is, potentially damaging. So, I've been in quite a few livelihoods that work.
And I think, like you said, Josh, like that silent part of it, like she can still realize it and not have to be out. Like she's okay with this. Like we go, like I have, obviously I am an outro. She is an intro, like we get that, but that doesn't mean we can't work. It doesn't mean we can't be great parents.
But it's going to look different for both of you. So just because it might look and feel to you like she's hearing but not listening because you're not getting any feedback to reinforce the idea that she is actually listening, that it's active listening, because you're not getting the positive feedback back and forth type of cycle from this conversation that you'd like to have. And this is sort of why I get it, where there are times where you're not feeling mentally stimulated enough and you need to talk about things that are semi-intelligent so you don't feel like you're losing IQ points slowly every single
promise
day.
You that's I have always been that guy that's just, I think that's why I always bucked the system, because I didn't want to hear what they had to say. It was less than me almost, not like as a person, but just like I was ready for bigger and better things. Like I needed more.
Yep. I know there's
more. And I was the black sheep.
I can feel there's more out there than what you're saying. And the stuff that I can feel might be where it is. This weird pyramids that you're not quite sure how they built, all these fucking UFOs and shit I keep hearing about that you really say don't exist, but people say they see. That's weird, right?
It's all weird.
There's more than what you're telling me, and I'm done with. I get what you're telling me. Yeah. I get all that.
I'm not falling for the scam. I've never been the guy to fall for the scam. I think, and that's where it is. It's like when you finally see through the matrix, it's just same as Morpheus is running around, waking people up, pulling them out of the matrix. That's what happens when you get pulled out of the matrix. You run around and pull more people out.
But you don't just pull them out at any old age.
Oh, man, I couldn't get to my mute button fast enough. Damn it. Somebody's watched that movie once or twice. The Animatrix really sells it for you. Anyway, yeah, there's there's a malleability to the mind around 18 to 20 that isn't quite there after that. That's why it's hard sometimes for these neural pathways to form and change your literal mind. And that's kind of what they were hinting on, I think, in that lore of the movie.
And maybe people realize their brains are a bit more malleable than they wish they were. And to start to accept some of these ideas might show other people just how malleable their brains really are, and that they're really just sort of barely holding on to whatever concept of reality they've managed to
True,
get
like
to.
whatever concept of reality we have left,
They're
just
hanging
barely
on fucking with their fingernails, and you're trying
we
to insert
shred it
this.
to bits.
Just let go. Just let go.
the rest
Here.
of it is shit. I'm gonna hang on to this one last part, and maybe I'll resurrect the rest of my life out of it.
And that's what it is. That's straws. That as ballers are given the idea of flat Earth, they just start grasping at straws. Well, how's it going to affect my life? Who cares? But why would they lie? I mean, they just start
Still have to
grasping
pay
at
bills.
straws. But what about the
Still have
stars?
to go to work.
What about the sun?
I call it the cookie cutter response because it's the same response from each one.
It's all they've been
doesn't
given are
differ.
straws. It's all they have. It's
The
because
same
all they've
thing
been
I
given.
said.
But sometimes that's all they can hold on to, because that's how
the
flimsy
truth
their
works.
grasp
You don't
is.
have anything to hold on to
That's
because
right.
it's the truth.
So you can't necessarily expect people to want to willingly let go of all the straws and just be cast into oblivion on your word that, hey, trust me.
But
Trust me.
I this is the argument I bring to her. And of course, what do you think her answer is? If I come to you and I say you're being brainwashed, here's some evidence of it. But you tell me what?
Well,
no,
you were
I'm
just
not being brainwashed.
Right.
That's what someone who's being brainwashed would say. There is no right answer for that, right?
I mean,
but
well,
unless you
here,
look to prove.
This is great. This is one of the points I was going to get to earlier, because we were talking about police and how police can get in this mentality. And it's the same way salesmen can get into that real smarmy, slimy kind of used car salesman type mentality. It's all about conditioning and brainwashing. They send you off to these sales conferences and they teach you all these sales techniques and other salesmen, and you're encouraged and you have positive reinforcement for doing these things and treating people this way, and you get positive reinforcement and you surround yourself with that, and that's what your life becomes. And in 6 months, 9 months, a year, pretty soon that's what your life is. And you're passionate about sales, and you're passionate about fucking commissions, and you're passionate about bonuses, and you're passionate about all this shit, and that's what your life is, because that's what you've made your life. And people stand on the outside and be like, fuck, dude, look at that guy, he's a fucking salesman, isn't he? Because they can see at a glance that you're a salesman. And because that's the conditioning, that's what you've brainwashed yourself into. That's how cops can do it. That's how salesmen can do it. That's how fucking clowns can do it. That's how flat earthers can do it.
Explain the psychiatric.
A lot of it is
explain the psychic.
A lot of it is uniform. Once you put on that different persona, you are a different persona. The clown makeup, the
But go back
uniform,
to if somebody tells you you're being brainwashed.
Yeah,
how
you're
do you
right.
not,
they're not going to go, oh, you're right, I better figure this out.
How do you not look into it?
Well, the answer, if somebody were to tell me that I was being brainwashed, the answer would be,
I would be like, well,
interesting. Show me which technique are they using? What's the technique? How am I being brainwashed?
But for someone to say no and continue walking,
if Molly says, Jesus Christ, Mike, you have a podcast, you talk to Austin all the time, you're on the IRM, you got fucking THC merch, everything's just pot and flat earth. Jesus Christ, you've been brainwashed into nothing but flat and flat earth.
Mike. It's a fucking cult.
You're brainwashed, Mike. What's your response?
As I'm over here yakking,
choking his throat away, right?
And how do you combat that? It's just really whoever draws that gun and casts those weapons first are the ones that get to wield it. You're brainwashed. No, you're brainwashed. Fuck it. Yes, I'm brainwashed, and you're brainwashed, and we're all brainwashed. And that's the fucking problem.
It's the chicken before the egg again.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can't just say, hey, well, you're fucking brainwashed, because you are too. You've managed to now brainwash yourself with truth about the flat Earth. But because you did that, that's where your whole mentality is. That's the frame of reference now from where you see. You're the truther. That's like we talked about before. That's who you are now. That's just the way you're going to see things, because that's how the glasses you've chosen to put on, just the salesman and everybody else, the cops, whatever lifestyle they've chosen to live.
But that's what I mean when I say I am flat Earth, because I found out what my purpose in life is. This isn't just a hobby. This isn't an interest. This isn't a recreational group that I join on the weekends. This is who I am at my core. This is my purpose in life.
But isn't that what somebody who was brainwashed would say?
I guess. I don't see any proof, like this is what I mean. Like, if you want to tell me I'm brainwashed and show me, I'm literally saying I can show you how and show you why. And I think you'll believe me once I show you. But if you don't look, if I've got a file right here for you to just a few hours of your time, it's like, it is like the salesman thing. If I could just get 5 minutes of your time, I'll sign you up for 1 year's lifetime subscription.
And it'll change your life.
Will be free.
Yeah. And wait, there's more.
And your life will never be the same. You'll be cast into
True,
oblivion.
though. It is true, and I am trying to sell that.
I see. For me, flat Earth, coming to grips with it was fucking scary. It's not like I would necessarily want anybody to unwillingly be pushed into oblivion. I mean, you've got to want them to come. This is why I say you can't overwater the seeds you plant. I'm sure you have planted seeds with Molly. I guarantee it.
I'm sure.
And everything
I think of it as
that,
I haven't. When it gets this far, I guess I'm being shit. I'm subliminally saying, well, I didn't do it right.
There's no sprouts.
Where
I need
did
more
I fail?
water. Yeah. Still no sprouts. I need more water.
Right.
Still nothing.
Right,
Better water it again.
More.
And now what are you doing? You're killing the sprouts. It's never going to sprout because you've watered it too much. And that's where we are now, is you've already overwatered. And now the sprout's like, man, do I even want to fucking waste the time and energy of coming up through the dirt? What's the fucking point? You're just like, I got some water for you, though. You want to come up because I got water.
You sure? I can give you some more.
I want sunlight, though. Fuck, I know you got water. I just need sunlight.
Right. Yeah.
She knows what you have to offer. You can't expect her to be as passionate about the things as you are. I mean, different people, different paths. Might she? Absolutely. That's the beauty of Flat Earth, is because right now she's not, but she might be in the future. And it's not going to be you constantly hitting her with flat Earth stuff. Say, hey, let's talk about more flat Earth. Hey, you want to talk about flat Earth? You want to tell me about why you don't think the Earth is flat? Maybe you want to talk about why you think the Earth is a ball? We'll have a nice, calm, rational conversation about how
This is what
Earth's
it's turned
flat.
into now. It's like, the ventriloquist voice comes out and your lips start not moving. Yeah.
And nothing says a calm, rational conversation like talking about flat Earth. I mean,
it's difficult, man.
Right. So that's why to make the relationship work, having calm, rational conversations is what it requires. You got to leave flat Earth out of it. If the things that are going to kick that passion off, that makes you just get riled up and passionate, if that's what it's going to take, then realize that's where that rational conversation doesn't necessarily come in, because that's all the passion, not the ration. When you need the ration, talk about things where you can talk about things rationally. If there's a time to talk about things passionate, let's talk about flat Earth. Let's talk about truth. Let's talk about some of the crazy fucking space lettuce we got in. And maybe that's one of those compromises she can make with you. She can give you one of those little petcock vows, and she'll just, reach over and give you a little release every now and again, however you want to look at it. But just something to, hey, you want to talk about flat? I'll look. On Saturday, you got 2 hours, and we will have a conversation about flat Earth if you leave me the fuck alone for the other 6 days of the week.
So real quick, to intercede, Molly has a question in chat. What if you're at peace with knowing that some things are unknowable? we actually all struggle here in this community hugely with that very thing, Molly. As we dispense with the things we were taught, the things we were told, that as we fully examine them and actually put tests to these things, they fall apart. So what's left? And that's the hard part. Some of us are driven by that knowledge that there is something out there, if I keep looking for it, that I will find. And it's those little chunks of aha, epiphany, dopamine drops that download from nature, whatever you want to call it. Those are kind of what drive me. And I can see that it drives Mike, it drives Josh, it drives a whole lot of people in this community. And as we approach things like what's going on in the sky, what's going on with these luminaries that aren't billions of miles away from us, what's going on with all that? Is there any real way for us to ever know that? No, I can't float up in the sky and go touch these things and examine them up close. I can go out on the beach. I can make measurements out on the beach. I can damn sure tell you what I'm seeing out there is not working out. But I can't go up in the sky and touch these things and examine them up close. And for me, it's going to be an unknowable. I love to see huge, broadcasting, just far-reaching ideas about it. I love to wonder in some of the crazy notions that are out there. You know, there's some new stuff Bob threw at us this morning on the show with a new map, and it just broke me. I spent hours digging into this. So that just again, it's what kind of keeps me going through my whole path of knowledge, not just these last 8 years. So, but the fact that just being able to settle with that is fine for you, obviously, and that's okay. But for Mike, it's not. And I think that's where you guys are now bumping heads. He doesn't want you to be comfortable in that unknowingness.
But I used to say that line. I used to tell people, well, there's just some things we don't know. And when I believed in space, I used to say, I'm okay with not knowing. That's how I felt about God. That's how I was agnostically. I said to people, can't you just be okay with not knowing? You know, and for me to find out that everything I had known was a lie, bringing me closer to the Creator and bringing me closer to my spiritual realm and myself, it brings me to the realization that there are things that are knowable, you know, and that I was wrong.
But it's those unknowables, those little creator breadcrumbs to the breadcrumbs to the Creator are the unknowables now. Like,
I was wrong.
All of the things that we can't prove, that we don't know what the stars are, how far away the moon is.
We can figure it out.
How?
We do this. We eventually connect and we figure it out physically. No. We have,
and then what? We get you hold one end of the tape measure, and I'll hold the other.
With your tape. That's what I was thinking.
What are you talking about? I mean, we can totally talk about it, but we're not going to know it.
We're going to figure it out.
Talking about it, we can say,
not image
how things are discovered.
No,
you have a group of people that says you won't figure
that's
it
how
out,
scientism
and then one guy
is
says
born.
I will figure it out.
That's how scientism is born.
You're right. That's how scientism is. No, I'm just fucking with you.
We'll know it after we talk about it a bunch.
No. We'll have new ideas and thought pathways. Those are the greatest things.
That's
in the world.
right.
Those are great.
Because because there are unknowables. Only because there are things that we as humans can never know.
That's true. This is a magical place that I think some things are unknown.
And I think we
just like you were before.
That's part of this whole thing too, is that we are actually here to experience that unknowing.
Are you comfortable?
That separation from full knowledge.
Can't you just be comfortable in not knowing though, Mike? Isn't that okay?
But there are things that we can know. It depends.
Things we can and things we can't. And can't you be content in knowing that there are things?
I found out that I didn't know what was, that I thought I knew what was going on in the sky. And when I found out I was lied to, I had to humble myself and say, I don't know shit.
Right. So every time you need a reminder and you feel like you're going to have a conversation that might get irrational, just stop and tell yourself, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change
I have already
courage
learned how
to change the things I can. But the tricky one is this third one is the wisdom to know the difference.
Yeah. I think that's where it comes into play, is that it's not just discernment or is it,
and
or
whose
it's not
job?
whoever had the more experience or whoever's the smarter person in the room. And like Cammie was saying, it's not about who's right or wrong. I really truly believe it's about sharing the thought processes between each other to figure it out in your own experience.
And who's the one that forced it on you? Who's the one that
the lie? I mean, I found out through
the
the
truth.
TV.
Who forced the truth upon
Myself.
you?
Myself.
Okay. But whose responsibility? Who should have done it?
Mine. It's mine.
So it wasn't anybody's job to come over and say, "But this is the truth. This is the truth. This is the truth." But listen, this is the truth.
But no, I have.
But don't
show you.
I mean, come on. Some people
that.
do wake up that way. You can't say that nobody.
But it's
wakes
not
up
your
that
responsibility to be the guy that says, "This is the truth. This is the truth."
That's true.
That's to wake them up to the flat Earth is not
not
your
in
job.
that manner. It is my responsibility to share what I know.
That way.
You can plant the seeds, but you can
all you
easily
can do is
overwater
them.
them.
That's just how it is. It just after all these years of beating on heads and early days of making my point just completely driven home with a lot of passion and assuredness that I shouldn't have had, I definitely learned quickly that I should tone all that down and back away and observe.
And this is where the awakening
comes
to say I can change. I am willing to change. I am totally willing to say I am overdoing it. I need to bring it down a notch. I need to focus 10% of my energy that I'm focusing on Flat Earth into Molly. I can do those things now. Whereas before, the person before could have talked about it and not changed. You know, I didn't have the willingness to change. And now I have the willingness. I have the extreme willingness and I have the tools to do it now.
Absolutely.
Then you'll do it. You'll do it. No, it seems like you guys have a pretty open dialogue between the two of you, at least, and that's a good thing. That's still there, even if it isn't always pleasant. That open dialogue is huge.
Yeah, there's not much that we couldn't share with each other. You know, we don't keep secrets or anything like that. We're both comfortable with each other, and like we just like it's this extreme passion thing that has become almost between us now. It's just that it has taken over my life, and although I'm okay with it, it doesn't mean that they should be or have to be, I guess.
Yeah.
It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter one way or the other. Go ahead, Kimmy.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I'm looking at your lovely Molly in the chat, and she wrote something that had my heart. I don't know Molly because you probably don't know me, but she wrote, "I'm just super into how the mind works. Mike is into how the world works." Now, Molly, I do have to say that most people in here that do know me by something called How the World Works. So you would say I might be biased to how the world works, but how the mind works, I think you guys have got so many things to cross over into. It's not just Flat Earth. I think Mike is looking at reality, and Tori, you. So you have, I mean, even with how the mind works, we're not looking at it. I mean, there's all kinds of things to talk about on how the mind works and how we process, even with the guests you have coming on. With dealing with people,
right? We
we have somebody
of how the mind works in just having a conversation with most people.
Right. Our next guest that we have on schedule, if I remember right, is somebody talking and specializes in schizophrenics, for instance. And so Molly, like on the conversations, and Mike to get interest. You know, in there's like a lot of interesting things. Like schizophrenia is fascinating to me because nobody that was been born blind has ever had it. You talk about, you're going to have this guest that talks about how people have the same experiences, even though they're separated, and that there's levels in that of it. And I definitely want to bring up the fact, like, could these signals be coming in optically, because they've been looking for, and they've never found somebody that was blind that had schizophrenia, and it's how the mind works. Or one of my favorites is Charles Bonnet syndrome, where people that lose their eyesight with macular degeneration as adults and older people, and they feel sane, and they don't really want to talk to their doctors about it. But there's something called Charles Bonnet syndrome, that you have a group of people all over the world, different countries, different religions, different cultural backgrounds. The only thing that they seem to have in common is some macular degeneration, and yet quietly they admit to their doctors that they see Lilliput in little people, and it's like they're not intimidated by it, and they know it's fantasy or not real, but they see like these little people, and they don't want to talk about it because they don't want people to think that they're crazy, and yet all different people see it with on how the mind works. People are picking that up with these different things. So I don't know if you want to talk about how the brain works, even in reality, maybe get Mike's interest on so many fascinating things on how the mind works and how you process it and how we might be getting information and dealing with it. I'm excited because you had that great. I'm interested in how the mind works. You're right. She's like the daughter of an engineer. She's a thinker, Mike. I can tell by the comments in here.
And if I can just add really quickly that Molly, I don't even think she's ever watched the show, or let alone joined a chat. So for her being here in the chat shows a huge, on her side, a willingness here to like work on things and listen to me. So I want to say thank you, Molly, and thank you, Cammie, for reaching out to her and speaking to her on this and stuff.
Yeah, that's huge. That's awesome, Molly. That was a huge sign of respect that you have for Mike. Really was. I wasn't expecting to see you in chat here.
Me neither.
So yeah, that's beautiful. No, I think you guys have a lot of love still for each other, and you'll get through this. It's a road bump, what relationship? I'm not one to tell anybody about anything about relationships, but one thing I do know is they all have ups and downs. Everybody I know that's been through, like Cammie said, 20 years plus, they've all had to step away for a little bit and gather their thoughts and collect themselves. And, some have taken longer than others, but yeah, it's not easy living with someone for that long. And you're going to have big fights and big arguments, but I think you guys are going to work through this.
Purification through fire. It's a smelting process. I mean, in a society where everything's fucking throwaway and planned obsolescence, the fact that you're both willing to put any effort into your marriage at all, I think sets a great example for the children. And it is the fights like these and being able to overcome this, combined with little shit to help make some of the animosity go away, so that when you look at each other, you have positive feelings, not negative feelings. Because I'm sure there's a lot of that sick to your stomach dread when time comes to have conversations, or I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking out of my ass at this point. I need to go take a dab. Go get some bunny time. Can I say that I'm thoroughly enjoying our new bunny? Never thought I'd like having a bunny as much as
That's awesome, man.
Never thought I would.
We had a guinea pig my sister did growing up. They're a lot of fun too. They have personalities. Oh man. Jeanette was her name.
That's a good name.
And we had a big giant cage for her. It was like 6 feet long by like 3 feet wide. And yeah, she would go and run laps around her real fast when she'd get excited. I miss her.
I think all creatures have some sort of like personality, it's like, and there's no, every creature is different and they all have a purpose in this world. That's why I say connect with your ecology. And that's just like that, like connecting with even a bunny, you can have such an experience from that.
I want to, while I'm thinking about it, extend the invitation to Molly if she wants to come and bitch about what pain in the ass flat earthers can be. She's more than welcome to come over here and she can vent her side just as well.
Absolutely.
You don't have to.
Sure,
you don't care
I'm
what.
Sure, she'll pass.
I'm sure she will too. Because
but the door is always open. If you want to come bitch about, anything, hey, this is what we do here. This is what this is for. I mean, yes, we all, are promoting the idea that the earth isn't a spinning ball, but for us, this is therapy. This is us venting openly in public, pretty much. We'd be doing this even if we weren't live.
We do it when we're not live.
Yeah, we do it when we're not live. Wednesday, we have our, what do we call it? A meeting?
That's what we call it.
Yeah. And we talk about the show for about 10, 20 seconds, maybe.
Anybody
and the
have
rest
anything?
is just venting.
Anybody? Anything?
And
No?
No?
All right. We'll just keep
Okay.
Yeah, I figured that's what it is. It's like, anybody got anything? Okay, Fortnite.
Welcome to Wednesdays. But really, when I saw the post on there, I've experienced it with other things. I am lucky enough to have a wife that gets it. She allows me to have the passion for both of us. Like, she doesn't need to be passionate about flat Earth because I'm passionate enough for she and I both. She doesn't have to tell too many people about it because she knows I've told plenty of people about it. She can drop like tiny little bitty baby flat Earth seeds in places.
That's funny.
Things that'll make engineers not even realize they're thinking about flat Earth until maybe later on. She's a sharp one, my wife. So when she talks to normies, she likes to just mention little things. Oh, isn't that interesting? And just drop a little flat Earth tidbit here and there and just let them chew on it. Again, she's pretty good at. She might serve well to water a bit more often, but she definitely doesn't underwater. So it's nice to not to have to worry about that, but to see listeners and people that have come into IRM to have to deal with the effect that finding this information has on us, because it affects everything. It changes our reality. Did it necessarily turn the Earth from a ball to a flat plane? No, but once I found out about flat Earth, my reality changed. No doubt about it. And I was lucky to.
And what do you mean by that, real quick? Because are you simply just meaning the shape of ball to flat, or do you mean your reality about everything around you and the vision that you see now?
There's some things that are unknowable. There's some things that I just have to be okay with not knowing. And the shape of the Earth is one of them, right? It's just not knowable. We can easily look and see what it's not. And that's what it is. What drives my passion now. It's not about what I think it is or what I think it might be. It's what they're fucking teaching the kids that it is. Why are they acting like they know?
My kids.
When we all know that they can't know. I am content. I'm comfortable not knowing things. I am not comfortable allowing others to pretend they know when they're saying shit that's wrong. If you're going to say shit that's right and pretend to be right about that. Don't say shit that's not right and pretend that you know what you're talking about. That's what pisses me off. Not the shape of the Earth. Again, I'm never going to know what the shape of the Earth is in this reality, I don't think. I'll have a better idea in the next. But that's one of those things that is just unknowable to me. It's okay that I'm not going to know the shape of the Earth. But by God, I'm certainly empowered in knowing that it's not 25,000 miles around at the equator, sphere floating in the infinite vacuum of space. That'd be silly. So it's the unknowables that just make it nice, make it.
It's weird that Callum said in the chat, mind and body, and I speak of that a lot too. Is that's what this realization has come, and that's why I quit drinking, is because the mind doesn't work without the body, and the soul doesn't work without the mind, and the three don't work without each other, man. And this is what I found out through fucking truth, is that I can connect the three if I do it, if I live in this life correctly, that it treats you well, and that it can be amazing and it's glorious. That's the things that have changed for me, and I want to share that with my family. I want to share that with the world.
And for me, there's one of those certain truths that have always sat with me, and it was one of those things about marriage. Yeah, you can get married by the state and you have the piece of paper. Or yeah, you can go get in the church and say it and have a reverend or a pastor marry you. But it's really that commitment between two people, and it's that relationship not just between the two people, but the creator also. And it's saying that, look, I was me, she was her, and we've decided to knock that shit off. Yeah.
She quit drinking with me, by the way, everyone in chat, shout out to Molly. She was drinking too. Like, we were different people when we drank, and we were toxic then too. Austin's got that similar story with his drug thing and how they used to be toxic together. And that was what we did. We yelled at each other even worse. And it's like, we both are changing for the better. And it's like we went separate paths once that happened. It's weird.
And I think if you can agree that slowly killing yourselves with alcohol is not going to be a good idea, and figure out a way that you can both move forward in a similar direction, and maybe not the same path identically, but the same general direction of saying, let's not both slowly kill ourselves with alcohol, and we'll just not do that anymore. And because that's going to be good for our marriage, I think you can get over this little bitty bump.
That's what I mean. We went through such a bigger step,
So I sort of get the impression that you're so passionate about the passion spreading.
Yes.
And after doing this for as long as we've done it, I'm going to tell you, flat Earth isn't going to catch like the wildfire you think it's going to catch.
Maybe.
Right.
I'm going to try.
Dude, I knew
I'll
I
be that
would
guy
post
trying.
I would post that sunset video on a Saturday. By Sunday, the world would be a utopia. We'd all be dancing in the fields of flowers, and I couldn't wait. Didn't quite go that way. But look what it did turn into. A huge, beautiful family, and we get to help our family members through trying times, because we've been through it so many times in so many ways.
I've invested the thousands. I've got IRM t-shirts. I don't have any IRM hats like you have THC t-shirts and THC hats and THC shoes. But yeah, I mean, 2015, 2014, there was lots of passion, lots of money invested, lots of optimism where flat Earth was going to be going in the trajectory
Lots
it
of
had to
grandiose
go.
plans, right?
It could only go one way. And it was up and fast, because that's how it went with me. Look, in 3 months, it can't be instant, right? But in 3 months, this shit is going to be fucking crazy. Shit, the world will change. 3 months, it's all it'll take once this shit catches on, like that. 7 years later, I'm here to tell you, Mike, I totally support your passion, and it takes passion. But it's a tortoise in the hare type situation. Tortoise in the hare were both passionate about the race. They just went about it differently.
And that's the thing. Like, sometimes I feel like it's a race, and then other times I know it's just, if the way that things are, everyone doing what they're supposed to be doing, whatever anyone's passion is, that's the way that it's supposed to be. I feel like I have this passion and I can't let go. Can I dial it in and get control of it? Yeah, I think that this passion I don't have the reins. I think, like you were saying before, is that there's a way to control it.
And let's say in 5 years' time, you've woken up 50 people. Would that be worth it?
No.
No?
No, that's not enough. It's definitely too low.
So what would you be willing to sacrifice, I suppose?
Everything.
There you go. And that's probably what Molly's feeling.
but I am.
I know. And I'm here to tell you that to actually like genuinely get them awake to the point that you want them to be awake in 5 years, I think you'll be lucky to get 50 people. I hear you. You have thousands of followers, thousands of fans, thousands of people maybe, but like genuinely, like legitimately in their heart, in their core, wake up. I think you'd be good at 50 at 5. If you could do
It's
5,
worth it. It's worth one. For me, I am now willing to give my life up.
So tell your son,
that.
then tell that to your son that one person is going to be his mom.
I hope
that you're willing to
That's the last
sacrifice
person I
his
wake
mom for
up,
that
I'd
one
be a happy
stranger.
person.
Yeah, I'll totally leave your mom and abandon you kids if I can wake up that one stranger in 20 years. If I get one person in 20 years to say, yeah, Mike, I'm just as passionate about flat earth as you are. Yeah, I'd totally get rid of your mom. You'd be willing to have that conversation with your son to say, yeah, over one stranger that may or may not happen, it's totally worth just not screwing over. I'm jading it here. I'm totally willing to end this relationship with your mom because of this one person that may or may not exist.
Every bad energy that I put into this earth before, like, yes, it is worth it to me. If I can give someone what I found, any one person, it's worth everything to me.
What kind of example?
That is true.
What is precious to
I mean,
him
that's how
I
feel. That is truly how I feel.
But for a strange, go ahead, Josh.
I was just going to say, then I think that's the premise that you should start with. I am not a truther husband / father. Or you can't be a truther husband / father. Because a truther husband / father isn't going to say, "Ooh, I'd sacrifice my wife if I could wake somebody up. My kids? Fuck it. I'd sacrifice my kids. I'd walk away from my kids right now if it meant maybe I could wake one person up in 20 years. Like I couldn't be that type of truther father and husband. I would walk away from this. I'd walk away.
So there's your moral dilemma.
Tomorrow.
If you've got a million people in one hand that you could wake up, or your wife, is it your wife every time?
Every time.
Or is there a dilemma there?
Nope. Every time it's my wife.
Right.
You don't
After
need to wake
7
your
years
wife up.
and thousands of people having spoken to, and all the flat earthers I've come into contact with after all these years, yep, that's the conclusion I've come to. Because at the end of the day, she's the one that's going to be there. If I commit to her, she's committed to me. And that's the way that works. But I have to commit to her because at the end of the day, I would sacrifice millions of people. I'm not responsible for the millions of people. It's not my job to wake them up. No matter what I do, it's the creator that's going to wake them up in their good time along their path that they've started, that they're traveling now, that I have no idea what that looks like. I can't wake them up. I plant seeds. I don't want to overwater them. All I can do is do my thing. I'm not willing to sacrifice my relationships. That's why I'm willing to stay silent with my dad, because it's more, I fought against my dad so long. We've had such a shitty, garbage relationship because of my drinking and my drugs and my stealing and my lying and all the other shit that I put him through. It's my fault. So I'm willing to say, look, for the relationship that I want with my father and that I know as a father that my father wants to have with me, I'm willing to not talk about that one specific set of things with him. It's okay. It's okay. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
That was the impasse I had, and I chose the other path.
And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's the balance.
Because
like,
it's two different paths. Yeah, we're both still headed in the same direction. And our paths are just meandering differently. And if you want to say, look, I'm a lone wolf because I'm a truther now. I can't have people in my life because I will sacrifice you in the name of truth at the drop of a hat.
So, I mean, it's a hypothetical thing, you know, like, what is sacrifice me? I'm not saying I'll put you up on an altar. I'm just, you know, it's not.
Well, not your life, but the relationship. I'd sacrifice for the relationship with my wife. I'll sacrifice the relationship I have with my children just for maybe I could wake up one person. It's a moral dilemma, and for some people, I suppose, but because I've been doing this for a handful of years, it's a lot easier of a decision for me. Because at the end of the day, it's the people that are going to literally be here.
Perhaps that's when the
power goes
drive
out
and need to have purpose. You know, without that, maybe I'm not fulfilled without fulfilling my purpose,
And if the grid goes down and the power goes out, you're just one man standing alone in darkness talking to himself about the flat earth because you've sacrificed.
I'll go up to the top of the mountain and start screaming up there,
And that's when you sacrifice your relationships, you just end up alone. Yeah,
I know. And I've found that that to do that, you must be comfortable with yourself as well. Like that's the inward journey that I took.
And absolutely. And that might be what you guys need to come back together. When I said starve her of the truth, and maybe she'll come, maybe you guys need to starve each other of each other. Maybe you need to go see what it's like to go talk to fucking nobody for a little while.
I'm gonna go. I mean, going to Daryl's is I think is the most.
Actually, man, I think it would be beautiful for everybody concerned. You will get a great experience out there because that dude is literally an angel walking the plane. The energy there, I can't imagine it being anything but incredible. Shout out and much love. He's actually reaching out to a friend of mine with some healing, even as we speak. So, yeah, that healing you'll get there will come back with you. That'll give Motley some time to decompress from your fucking overactive ass and chill out, No, I'm just joking, man, because I love you. But dude, trust me, I used to come out, dude. I was driving Michelle crazy with it, because it was so passionate for me, It definitely, it's a mellowing that needs.
And I don't want this steam is going to run out one day. I can't, it's like why not use it while I got it too?
Well, it's more of that whole thing of like doing it like a sprinter rather than a runner. Just take it a little bit. Don't burn it all up at once. You'll be surprised going 5 years straight without a break. It'll get to you, huh, Josh?
I'm sure it will.
I mean, it's not like if the steam runs out, so does the earth go back to being a ball.
No,
now we're done, and I guess
I let go, and it fucking rolled right back up into a ball.
Because it's going to run out, Mike. I'm going to tell you, your steam's going to run out.
If we leave it up to David Weiss, it's a failure,
And if you have someone, it's a lot easier to recharge if you've not sacrificed every relationship in your life in an attempt to live on the steam. It's a little manic.
Yeah.
A little, yeah.
It is. I mean,
when it starts to have a negative impact in your life and have the decisions you're making are causing negative consequences on those around you, then, it's time to.
And that's why I'm taking a deeper look into it, and we're coming to terms with things. And
I say it like a dick, and it's not how I want.
You
might be one of those guys that just. For a period of time, that's who I thought I was too. The guy I was when I first met my practice wife is not really who I was. I was all caught up in drinking and addiction and all kinds of whacked out shit. Yeah. I learned a lot, but the core was the same, but the persona that I had taken on and had kind of guided me to make the decisions that involved choosing a wife. It's not really who I was. My thinking was all fucked up and clouded. And by the time I got out of that relationship and practice time was over, I just kind of come to the terms that, well, maybe I'm just one of those guys that wasn't meant to be in a relationship like that. Maybe I'm just one of those guys that was just kind of meant to be alone because I'm pretty comfortable being alone. That's okay. But then I wasn't comfortable being alone eventually. But when I decided I needed to then start looking for someone else to make me better and strive to be better, and someone to whom I can contribute to their betterness as well. Just normal relationship bullshit. I learned I had to take a good hard look at myself and put out there a real honest, open, and brutal type of profile. It was a online dating website that I met Dixie, but I had to be really honest with who I was and the type of person that I wanted to be with. And that's why when I found Flat Earth, I had the courage that I could come out and talk to her about it and her not really think I was crazy. But again, secure in the fact that, like she is now, she didn't judge me for it, even when she didn't really get it and didn't understand it. But because I was also knew what I was looking for, she's smart enough. She trusted me enough to look at it because I was saying it And
it's funny that we just now said that word, and I feel like that's where
I was avoiding it just for this reason, because you feel like she doesn't trust you enough to just listen to you.
Absolutely.
But
that's it. That's the
why
bottom
should
line.
she? That's why you
I feel
don't
betrayed.
Because
it
you're a
feels
flat
like
earther.
betrayal.
Yeah,
it feels like how do you love someone for not, if you don't, like, it just seems like the most basic of things.
That's why schools don't like flat earth. Yeah. You should just trust us enough to not question us. Yeah. We're the schools. We're the authority. We said it. There's no need for you to question it. Right? Just have a little discourse, little dialogue, regurgitate it so that I know that you're listening, and you get good grades. But it requires more than that. Or less than that. Fuck, I don't know. Little caveat here. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about anything. That wasn't clear.
Oh, Josh. I'm going to be you when I grow up.
I'd like to be that.
Well, I was about to say it might be time for coffee, but it's almost 8:30.
Fuck, it is almost 8:30. We've almost
How did we do that? I mean, I know how we did it. This has been the most amazing conversation, and it's been deep and heartfelt and come at from every angle in chat, here on the show. Austin had to pop out. He's dealing with lots of stuff with his family there in hand, trying to be the dad. I don't see how he does as much streaming as he does over there with his hands as full as they are. So, but definitely, it's been amazing, guys. So I guess rather than say, hey, let's take a break and play a song, what have we not gotten to, Mike, that you need to address? I mean, I don't want to leave it hanging. I feel like we could go easily another couple hours.
How's your sex
I'm not
life?
tired.
I know, right?
I'm not tired at all. It's just, Lord,
no, I love it.
It's
I
been
love
3 hours already.
the conversation, because I think this is a therapy, obviously therapy for me, because I mean, that's what it is. I mean, because I can have a show or a podcast and talk through the mic and talk to a couple people, that doesn't fulfill what I need. So to see Molly in the chat, that's giving me things that I need, like
that's huge.
Yeah, that's
it's
huge.
Very huge. And I hope
doing
she felt
things like saying that
our gratitude from the community that she was there. I hope she felt that.
And everybody's showing her love. That's why I love that. I see that Ryan didn't understand what was going on. That's fine.
Yeah,
but that's why we got to watch our tongue sometimes, and we got to be careful because we don't know. And
that's fine, man. We didn't know, and you didn't know, so nobody.
No big deal. But other than that, there's just been. I think that she has a different idea of what this community is about based on how I fucking deal with calling people stupid and saying it, and it boils down to no one wants to be persecuted. No one wants to be judged. No one wants to be told they're an idiot, and I get it. And it all boils down to love and that's what life is about, is connection. And that's all I've ever preached, is that's what this whole thing is about.
And if Molly can just pretend to like flat earth enough for you to believe that she likes flat earth, that's all you're looking for. And if you can believe, or if you can pretend to like karaoke just enough to make Molly believe that you really do like karaoke, you'll even willing to get up there and sing a duet, even though you're not comfortable, you don't give a shit about karaoke, and you don't want to fucking sing in front of people, but you'll do it because you love her.
In the stream. I'm saying that's the one y'all should start with.
You're the reason God made Oklahoma, but that's my choice. Lefty.
Well, I would sing the Dolly part, of course. I'm saying I have that higher voice, but.
Things are going to work out, and if people put their best heart forward, and everything will be okay.
Everything will be okay.
It'll work out like it's supposed to. I can tell you that.
4:20 somewhere. 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago, but that's fine. We were talking. It usually takes me 4 or 5 minutes to get ice in the bong anyway. So.
Walt, are you going to be at Flattoberfest?
Oh, man, I am doing so much behind the scenes to make that happen. Things.
Are you?
I truly am.
You're trying to make that work out?
I am, including medical things that I'm having.
It sounds like everybody's going to be there this time, huh? Josh.
It has to happen. Nope. I mean, it has to.
Josh, are you going?
Nope.
That's gay.
Yeah.
I
totally gay, Josh.
That's gay as fuck.
Totally.
Gay
That's
as fuck
totally
is right.
one
What
dude
time
just
Amy's gonna
sucking
be
another
there.
dude off. That's what
Zach's gonna be there. They live right down the street. Of
They're
course.
going out of their way though. So I mean, if we can do it, I mean, if they can do it, we can do it.
Yeah. If you could figure out a way that I could get there for a Friday, Saturday, be home by Sunday so that I can go to work on Monday and not lose any
Don't
money.
be so gay. Austin.
If I could do it.
So Cammy, are you guys gonna set up the magnet thing? I'd love to know more about that.
We're gonna set up the magnet thing, and I'm gonna do a one-on-one in you know,
Now, what are
even
we calling
how
that?
long are you? How long?
Let
are
me
you
stop calling it the magnet thing.
Okay, no, but with no. In other words, we can do magnets. We have. I've got all kinds of like we have parasol and different UV lights. I've got some different like tools in that, especially in my office here. So if you're in town at Plateauberfest, my table is always surrounded by children, which I love. I mean, my table, well, the adult side up and became like children too, but I'll have Polaroid filters, how polarized light works, how UV light works, how crystals again affect light, different double refraction, singular refraction. You'll get to like see theories of the lunar wave and that. But I would love to even do one-on-one with you, and even Molly if she can make it out. I mean, that would be a fun. It's playing with again reality, how rocks grow. We can make bismuth crystals. We could do like all kinds of things, but definitely the magnet thing, I'll want to talk with you ahead of time because I just want to go over declination with you.
I can't wait. That graph, I understand like the I can see the 3-dimensional model as well, and so to see the top down 2D brings me to all these questions. As you can see, we were talking, you know.
Right, I was seeing that, and I was seeing like I know that when I was listening to you last, that you were talking about taking like the red and blue and that and pulling it up over the top. Do you remember saying that on the declination map that you're gonna like take it and fold it up into 3D? You
Of
can't
course,
do.
that's what I want to talk about.
Okay,
That's all I.
but
That's
okay,
all I can see when
I'm
I
gonna
see
stop.
it. It's like these
Okay, I
lines.
know you know I know you see that, but what I'm gonna tell you is those lines are what we travel by and everything. They make reality happen. What they are is there a difference between if you point your magnet, it is the Paracel pattern, it is the magnetic pattern, and we can show you. Like if you're to follow your compass on the ground, you would follow those lines.
Right.
Even because enough people
The
have
blue
done it.
ones.
Any of the lines, like the magnetic lines of force where you are, if you follow it around, like it will say your like my magnetic declination is 8, I think, where I am, right? Meaning I'd have to turn 8 degrees to the left in order to face the North Pole from where my magnet is pointing. It's as simple as that. But if you look at that little line that you're following, in order to even get north, if I was to travel by the magnet, the magnet would take me along that pattern. That pattern you can't pull up. You can 3D it above it, but you can't change it. The pattern is reality itself.
The
It's
red
like
lines differ from the blue line.
that's because it's a quadrupole. One's north south in the center. There are 4 poles.
And the blue lines make the clover, while the red lines are in line and continuous pattern line.
Real quick,
we have a show on this. We're going to either go to a different topic, or I'm going to delve in and pull magnetics up here.
I just want to tell Zombie Snoop.
I know. I just told Zombie the same thing.
Well,
we're going to go, but no, I can show you in reality what these.
No, but
patterns
Molly's saying she's going. I don't know what she's talking about. I don't think she's talking about Plateauberfest.
Are you coming to
some change of
Plateauberfest?
heart through this chat.
I think Molly should come to Plateauberfest.
If that's what she's talking about, that would make my year.
It is a Plateauberfest, Molly. You can come and play with the kids and everybody at the thing, and
I would love to bring the kids.
No, it's definitely for the kids, and you can do it. And what I have playing where the kids love it, I have a Meriscope, which is a natural hologram emitter. We base different things on, I don't know any of the answers, but we look at possibilities on how it could work. And like if the sky was a bolt of looking glass, it would create a natural hologram emitter. So we those little bolts of looking glass that you put a diamond and you see the hologram. We do that. We've learned that hologram emitters also emit temperature and emit UV and do other things. So the hologram will actually, Molly, if you know what those little dishes are, those little dishes that you put something in and you get the hologram at the top of the mirrored dish. Do you know that if you shine ultraviolet light on the hologram, you can get it to fluoresce? Not the source item, but the hologram itself. You can play with a hologram with it. So we do things like that at our table, and you can come play with us and talk about minds and that. But do some hands-on with the kids and that, because Mike
Zach
had
bringing the gas too. The gas.
Oh yeah, we have we got 9 or 12 different
Bending
gases.
gas.
We're going to show bending gas and how the gases react to the electrical field in the different fields. So we have a Tesla
Proving
coil,
the
and
ball
we'll be putting in the proving the ball Earth.
I did want to say
But
real
no,
quick.
we
I sent
do.
Zombie Snoop a link for Zoom in chat. I know wanted to just hop on real quick and had a couple things you wanted to say before we took off out of here. Walt did say we'd been on 3 hours. We were going to cut it off,
Okay.
but because
Okay.
it was, I wanted
I know,
to have him
because
come
we
on
will.
just to
We'll
make it
start
quick.
geeking on magnets. I'll be pulling out the
Well, it'd be
camera
good
again.
because I'd like to have Zombie Snoop come on and hang out
But
once
Zombie,
one of these
yeah.
shows. But this would be a good, nice little quick. How do you do? 'Cause I'd be real curious. It's been hilarious to see all the similarities.
And yeah, it
popped up in
resonates
chat.
through so many of us.
And that's what it is. The situation is so universal for all of us flat earthers. That's part of how it's changed my reality is I've had to reevaluate my relationships with people. I mean, it doesn't change the shape of the earth, but my reality is the relationships with the people around me. And it's coming to flat earth. I've had to reevaluate those relationships and how I navigate those relationships. It's differently now that I'm a flat earther. It's one of the ways it's changed my reality. Yeah, it'd be real nice if I could take this sort of stance that says the truth is the most important thing in the world, but it's not. At the end of the day, it's not, because truth is going to be there whether I say it or don't say it.
That's true.
Absolutely.
That's true.
It
Doesn't
is.
need my help.
Standing there like a lion, but
Doesn't need my help.
us. Right.
Molly probably does.
How did it get to me? How did it get to you though? You know, like how you it's a dilemma
Through
that
the Creator. That's Christians like to call it the Holy Spirit. And I think they touch on that truth that it exists. They've just tried to harness it and put a label on it. But I think that's what it is. It's that spirit of truth that comes in. Yes. It gives us the truth bumps that sends those shivers up our spines when we hear something.
Woo, love those.
That feeling that says, 6th grade is cool and all, but I need something more than this shit. I'm asking myself questions that I don't know how to even answer. And you're explaining nuances of things you've already explained. Right? I get it. You understand that stuff. Cool. Let's talk about something deeper, something more meaningful than this bullshit. And I think it's that spirit that brings everybody to sort of flat earth. It wasn't somebody beating you over the head with flat earth or insisting that you concede flat earth truths.
Like, and in my opinion, I can say like, okay, my passion is flat earth and your passion is fishing, you know, but I don't see those two things in the same category. I see flat earth as otherworldly. It's not a hobby. It's not a belief system. It's this whole, it encompasses a lot more than the shape of the earth, in my opinion. And that's the problem where I lie, is how do I get all of those
It unravels
things?
so many things that they want to keep under wraps, and it's hard to get all of that out to a person in one video or one conversation. Mm-hmm. It's multi-layered, it's multifaceted. There's years of history that led me to this. It wasn't just somebody suggested a video and I went and watched it and was like, oh, aha. You know, it had built upon so many things that I had already incorporated into my own belief system, my own path, my own historical leanings that I had studied growing up, you know. So it and I think it does speak back to that whole thing of just the timing, frequency, the energy was right. And it the time for me to do that. Now, it may not. I'm getting rambly. We're going on, and we're trying to get zombie in here, so I'm gonna stop. Plus, I need something to drink, Harvey. So
Yeah. We are sort of
I may
rambling
step
on.
away for a second.
And I do need some bunny time. I do want to go hang
Yeah,
out
my
with the
boys
bunny.
are getting hungry, so I have to stop and cook for them, or we have to say goodnight.
No, yeah, we should run it. We should end it. I have a bunch of stuff to do too.
Yeah, I see Zombie Snoop was actually on Telegram and got the message, but probably didn't
All
have
right,
Zoom
cool.
already installed.
He probably hadn't set it
So it
up. I
wasn't
think I
just a
just
click
saw in chat.
and join.
Yeah, there we go.
After
we go.
after Zombie jumps on, of course.
Yeah, no, y'all. Yeah, no problem. I am, but like literally, I have
I just my
nothing
phone's
within
blowing
reach.
up.
So I'm going to step away and grab a bottle of water, please. Give me a second.
Absolutely. Sorry to put a kink in everybody's plans to bail. I was definitely headed in that direction, but then saw that request, and it was one that I really wanted fulfilled because I would like to have that conversation there too. And I'm curious to see what he has to say, what would to be added. Because THC, man, talking helps clarify. Look at that.
It sure does. It sure does.
It probably dropped you in with your mute on. So down there on the microphone, I think Zach will have to navigate you with that.
It did. I got it.
Perfect.
What's up, guys?
What's happening?
What up, bro?
All right. So I'm not gonna lie. You might see me cry. I get, just like Josh and just like Mike, I get very passionate. One of two things happen. I either get really loud or I start to tear up.
Same.
Yeah.
Me
But
too, man.
it's hard, brother. It is. I had no clue your wife wasn't already into this, and mine's not either. But a while ago, what I did was, I just set her down and I let her know how important this was to me, calmly. It wasn't a back and forth. It was just me explaining how important this is and how passionate I am about it. And now, rather than me trying to convince her, sway her, or tell her she's wrong for not believing, or whatever the case is, every once in a while I just kind of bring up a little bit. And it's not, like I said, it's not me trying to convince her, and it's not her listening to try and learn. She just listens more so to allow me to get it out. Because like I've said in chat plenty, I've been into this since before it was even a thing on YouTube. And I've literally only ever talked to a handful of people about it. When I first found out about it, I tried to get in contact with one of my oldest friends from high school and tell him about it, because he's really open-minded into a lot of the same stuff. And literally the first thing homie said to me was, "Bro, I'm in a 30-story hotel right now and I can see the curvature on the earth." And I just stopped. I was like, "All right, dog, I love you." But since
I feel you, dude. I feel you on that. It's the same thing for me. I try to tell my best friend. It's
yeah.
Same boat.
And that was when that was kind of when I realized, like, this isn't something to be talked about. And like, one of the first things I found, because I remember when I first found out about it, there, like I said, it was not early, but like mid 2014. And there was literally nothing on YouTube about it. Like, if you typed in flat earth, all you would find was like hollow earth stuff, or not even like ball propaganda or globe propaganda. Like, it was just legit, like, other conspiracies would pop up and stuff like that. So, it took me a while to be able to find videos. And I remember when I found the clues, Mark's clues, and he had that whole thing about, we're going to treat this like Fight Club. The first rule of Flat Club is you don't talk about Flat Club. And I took that shit to heart for a long, long time. And since then I've opened up a little more about it. And, like I said, when me and my wife first started dating, literally on our first date, I told her that I thought the earth was flat, because we had a long day, and we had a great night. We went out, and we were chilling on the beach and just looking up at the stars. And it's so hard to talk about the stars and not bring up, where we are. So I just threw it out. I was like, to be completely honest with you, I'm a firm believer that the earth is
Not hard,
flat.
it's impossible.
Yeah, right.
It's
And she didn't shit on it. She didn't turn it down. The first thing she said was like, "No, everybody's entitled to believe whatever they want to believe." So that was really cool, and that definitely gave me a lot of hope. But then throughout our relationship, there was times where I tried to either push it or, like Josh said, like not only plant and water the seed, but almost overwater the seed to the point where I just flooded it out. So I stopped
I'm good
talking
at
to her
that.
about it. Yeah, me too. So I stopped talking to her about it for a long time, and then, not having anybody to talk to about it, especially her, that was hard, man. Like, really. So it just got to a point where I had to let her know how I felt about it. And then it's not like other stuff. It's not just some stupid internet conspiracy. Like, this is a big deal. And it's not at all the shape of the earth that's the big deal. It's the lie and why the lie that are the big deal, But like I said, I stopped pushing, and now every once in a while, like, if we're downstairs smoking or whatever, I'll say my 2 cents about it, but it never turns into a debate. It's never really a back and forth. It's just me kind of talking about it in a way to get it off my chest, not at all to convince her. And yeah, I hope that one day she does see it, but if she doesn't, it's not a big deal. It's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? And
I guess I do have to realize that's
yeah,
a good
yeah.
point. It's not the end of the world.
It's not, bro. And it's not worth losing your relationship over. Especially, y'all been together, would you say 8 years?
Mm-hmm.
And y'all got how many kids?
2.
Yeah, it's not worth it, Doug. Don't throw it away over this.
Nope, I agree. I completely agree. If my wife put an ultimatum to me and said, "Look, it's going to have to be me or the flat Earth
I'd
and
never
the
see you guys
podcast."
again. Yeah, no,
same.
No.
Like, that
It's over.
sucks because I love all those guys and I love all
I know,
those
right?
chicks. That sucks. And I'd probably be really resentful. But I'm with a woman that wouldn't put me in that position.
Right.
That's what I mean. I don't think it wouldn't be that.
And it's because it's not that. I feel like you're kind of looking a gift horse in the mouth.
Right.
There are so many people out there that have spouses actively fighting them.
Yeah.
That are pushing the ball earth propaganda on the way that they would want to push their flat earth propaganda.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And it's don't have
she's
that.
Not doing that.
But, yeah.
It's like, I'm fighting for a bigger cause here.
But honestly, there's not a bigger cause, bro. Your family is more important than this.
That's it.
I think
no matter what it is, when this is over, we're all going to find out the truth. I am a firm believer that that's part of the cycle. When this is over, you personally will find out the truth. So it's not worth the relationships, especially one like that. It's not.
Yep, it's the here and now. Let it affect the here and now. And it's the flat earth is making you. We're special. We're in a special place designed for us. We have to have a better relationship with the people in this special place. And that's how we have better relationships, is we start by having better relationships. We know the earth is flat. Great. It's going to be flat whether I tell everybody or whether I just stop and my wife and I have a fucking badass relationship. And I can be a flat earther. I can be a truther, but fuck it. I'm a father and I'm a husband. Mm-hmm. And I'm also a truther. I don't have to be a truther husband and a truther father. I can be a father and a husband who's also a truther.
Yeah, I think that's a better way to be, for sure. And like I said, when I explained to her how important and how passionate it was to me, and just got to a point where it's not a debate, it's not a discussion even, it's really just me venting about it a little bit. And like, even tonight at dinner, like, I brought up a couple things because we're about to start remodeling our bathroom, and I was talking about, I used to work with my stepdad up in North Carolina, and we did home remodeling, and we actually remodeled this guy's, my stepdad's in it. He's a coastie, and we remodeled this guy's bathroom that's also a coastie and a pilot. And I'm sure y'all know that I'm saying Coast Guard. And this was in 2017, and I wanted to tell this guy so bad, because we sat out on his front porch for like an hour smoking and talking about it, or talking about flying planes. And there was just so many things where I wanted to be like, bro. So me and her were just talking about it, and I told her about, you know, when Mark used to do the subject matter expert testimonies and all that shit. And she just listens to me. She rarely ever has questions, like, and that sucks a little bit. Like, I would like it if she had a little more questions, but like I said, it's not worth pushing.
But at least she's listening. She's not shutting you down. You know,
it was hard for me to get to that point, though, because of my passion. Because when we would talk about it, it would turn into her shutting down and me getting loud.
That's what's happening. That's what I think. That's what we all know.
I realized,
that's where it's at.
Yeah, and I realized that that's not going to do anything but hurt us in the long run. Yeah. And this is honestly the woman that I want to spend the rest of my life with. We have a 2-year-old son. Like, we want more kids. We're trying to build our community, our tribe, or, you know what I mean? I got all the time in the world. If she doesn't figure it out for another 20 years, if she never figures it out, it doesn't matter. She lets me be me. She lets me deal with this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I've changed so much since I've come to this truth. And,
you think you're a better person?
I 100% think I'm a better person.
You know you're a better person?
I like to think so. More importantly, I would rather other people see the change that I've made. And that's hard because, like I was saying earlier in chat, like, I'm passionate just like you and just like Josh. And my passion so often gets misconstrued as anger or rage. And it's not. It's just the more passionate I am, the louder I can get. And I'm a very naturally loud person anyways. And, you know, I'm kind of an asshole. And I you know, this has definitely changed me. It's made me
welcome to the club.
It's made me not be such an asshole. But unfortunately for her, really, I'm the biggest asshole to the people I care about the most.
Right.
Like, I was always kind of a shitty son to my mom, and my mom's an amazing woman. She was a single mom. She did a great job raising me. You know, I've always been a bigger asshole to girlfriends.
They always say people can't change. We can change.
We can. And I've been trying to figure that out for a long time. I've been through all kinds of shit trying to rewire my brain. And, you know, it's hard, but you just got to take it one day at a time, you know?
It's a journey, brother.
It's a journey, bro, for sure. For sure. But, you know, I just, I can only imagine what you guys have been through in 8 years, especially, you know, what you were saying about the way y'all used to drink, and y'all have come off of that. And, you know, sometimes it's hard for people
I think we forget easily. Like, I'm glad you brought it up again, because I think like after a lot of time, like even the accomplishments you've made, you forget.
Yeah.
And you forget to remind yourself how far you've come.
Yeah. And I feel like sometimes, you know, it can be hard for people that are close to you to see the change actually.
Especially if it's a gradual one over time.
Oh, you got that right. It's been a gradual change for me.
Yeah,
for sure.
You walk up to somebody you haven't seen in 10, 15 years and their brain breaks.
Right. If I saw somebody from 10 years ago, they'd be like, who the fuck are you?
Who is this guy?
Right. But somebody that's with you every day isn't going to see it like that. They're, you know, it's not the same to them. It's just like when you watch your kid grow up, like, you don't realize how much he's grown up until you look at a picture from 2 years ago and you're like, holy shit, you know. It's the same thing. So, you know, especially like what she was saying in chat about she's more of the mind and you're more of how the world works. Like, y'all need to play off of each other like that. Like, that is such a good place to be.
They have the perfect team, man, for that.
You really do. That's so strong. It's such a good place to be because between the two of you, that's like the perfect mindset, you know? And just like everybody in chat's been saying, the whole mind, body, and soul, and how when you understand, know thyself and all those, however you want to say it, parables or whatever.
Right.
Like it those things, they matter. And that, I think that where you guys are, not where you guys are right now, but where the two of you are independently, mentally, it's a good place to be. Just don't push her too hard. Don't be an asshole about it. If she doesn't want to hear it, don't tell her, And I hate to say it like that because I want to tell everybody, but you can't. Everybody's not meant to see it, especially not overnight. Like, I know y'all didn't figure it out overnight. I did. I have a very, very different story than any other flat earther I've ever heard. I literally heard it twice, back to back. My homeboy, I'm a tattoo artist, and a buddy of mine who I was tattooing with at the time, he's very much into the same kind of stuff, conspiracies and truth, and just on his life's journey. And me and the body piercer at the shop I was working at were talking about some NASA shit. And I've always been a NASA skeptic, and we kind of just brushed off whatever they said. And he was saying something about,
You don't believe in NASA?
Nah, fuck NASA. And I've been like that since way before I was a flat earther. But he was saying something about, whatever satellite doing whatever the fuck. And I was like, bro, that's a bunch of bullshit. And my boy Julio walked up and he was like, yo, what would you guys say if I told you the earth was flat? And I straight looked at him and went, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if NASA was lying about some shit. And he looks at me and he goes, the earth is flat. And I took 2 beats and I was like, oh my God, he's fucking right. And I literally walked outside of the tattoo shop and sat in our smoking chair and watched the sunset all night going, how the fuck did I never see this? Like, I have known this my whole life and never fucking realized it. It's crazy, but it's not for everybody. And I think that that's a part of the NPCs. And that's another thing. I'm not sure how I feel on NPCs. I don't want to say that there's truly soulless NPCs out there. I think there's people that are put into an NPC state of mind, and it takes a very, not necessarily passionate, but it takes the right person to bring people out of that mindset and to awaken that soul inside of them. And it's not necessarily going to be flat earth for everybody,
Sorry. I've just been thoroughly enjoying this. I'm so glad I got you on.
I'm actually really stoked to be on. I don't know if y'all remember it all, but I actually called in to one of the morning shows early during the pandemic.
I do vaguely remember. Yes.
It was a day. Who was it? You had 2 other bigger name guys call in, like other streamers that were on the show earlier in the morning, and I called in and we talked about some maps. And
when Mark called in, maybe?
No, not Mark Sargent. What Mark?
Mark Sargent. Yeah, I know he
called
in
no.
a few shows, and we have people that
will be at Flattoberfest this year.
It was, honestly, I almost want to say it was Adam Meekin.
Is it raining there?
No.
Well, does anybody else? Who else is wearing headphones? Does Walter? Is anybody hear Walter very left channel heavy, or is it just me?
Nope, me too.
No, I just muted him. It's Walt.
It's Walt on the left side.
Okay,
with the rain.
That was really messing me up. Like, I didn't know if I was going crazy or deafened this year. Or what the hell was
I didn't.
Going on?
He muted himself or something.
I don't know why you would think it's separate from you going crazy. The two are not necessarily mutually exclusive. So
this is true. Correlation does not equal causation.
Okay, so what's going on? My sound is wonky.
It was. That's
better
much better now.
It's better now. It went away.
Horrible now.
So the episode that I called in on, the title of the episode was Group of Seven and Mask Melting.
Group of Seven.
I can't remember who was on, but I could.
You're always coming up with these unique titles, huh?
I called in on the last segment, and we talked a little bit about my wife, and we talked about the fact that I think at the time my son was 6 or 8 months old, and his name's Ajax, and y'all, Josh, you and Walt actually both realized that there was a captain of one of the ships in the Matrix whose name was Ajax.
Yes, I remember that. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I have that video saved in a playlist full of music, and I'm a delivery driver for a produce company. I deliver to country clubs and restaurants. And so I was listening to that playlist of music the other day, and that show actually popped on. So I sat there and I re-listened to the whole show. And at the end of it, when it got to the point where I had called in, I cut it off. I didn't want to hear myself. And then I was like, you know what? I do want to hear it. And, just hearing how happy it made y'all that I had called in, I was really glad that I re-listened to it. Because Walt, you were saying that the night before, you almost didn't want to come on the show that day. That you weren't feeling it. Yeah. And that me calling in, well, I literally listened to it like 2 or 3 days ago.
Right. But dude, as soon as you said Ajax, it all dinged in my head. I remember it very well. Yeah. Absolutely.
That's my boy. Best name ever. Well, I don't know. Gideon. I love Gideon. Austin's son's name.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
like
good
that
name
too.
That's a good name. But I know everybody's ready to get off. I could see.
No, man. Again, it's. I hate that it's this late. But
no. Y'all been.
And anytime you hear,
For sure, take advantage of it, because rattling through my head, not.
I know.
So there's plenty. Could add in on this, so I'm glad that I wanted it for a long time, and I've wanted to come on and be a bigger part of the community. I'm not trying to, steal any spotlights or be a regular member on anybody's show, but I'm
part of the community. You're there on a regular basis.
It took you guys. It honestly took you guys to pull me out of my shell. I'm not in anybody's chats. I don't talk in anybody's chats. I don't comment on anybody's videos. I just quietly listen in the background. But after that first time I called you guys, I've been in your chat.
Awesome, brother.
Every stream since then.
The impetus, because I see you there regularly.
Well,
I appreciate the hell
I don't want to
it.
sound. Yeah, I love you, brother. I don't want to sound weird or anything, but I swear you were my uncle or my grandfather or something in a past life. Bro.
That's why I did. As soon as you got on here, I was like, the connection, and trust me.
Yeah,
I feel
seriously.
it. You need to come hang out more often, for sure, brother.
We can feel that ancestral vibe.
That's it, exactly. The tribal
I'm
vibe.
telling you,
it's there.
The ether is connect y'all.
Epic.
Yeah.
Well, damn it, my cat is literally jumping up here on my lap now and wanting feeding time. How about, and here's something else that I just should address because it came to my attention during the show. I went to verify dates again and all this with Jerry, and apparently, as the ether tends to do sometimes, things got crossed. Even though he was very specific on the date he offered me, and I took that date, it turned out that we both had the wrong date. So we're now having to amend things. We were both looking at next Saturday, so that won't work, being that we go live on a Friday. And instead of trying to do some kind of pre-record, which would like miss the whole chat experience for him and you guys, I suggested we either try to make it work out for next Friday or just reschedule him for his first available Friday, and I am waiting for his response even as we speak. But he's very excited to come back and is offering to bring a guest. And I remember last time he came and hung out.
Yeah,
he was excited and wanting to bring a guest when he came back next time. So I don't think it's going to be a problem to get this worked out and get Jerry in here now that we've rekindled his. Oh, that's good. That's those guys. So hopefully in the next hour or two, that'll all resolve and he'll be here next Friday. If not, between now and then, I'll have that. And we should be able to tell you guys next Tuesday, 100% when Jerry will return.
I actually had a question about him.
Yes.
The work he did is absolutely amazing, and I'm always
still doing. He's even in the email. He's talking about. I don't want to give details; they're his, but he's even in the emails. You're telling of the cases that's going on even today. So he's still actively helping people. It's kind of something you can't not do in this community once you know what's going on. Is try to help people.
Is he a flat earther? Have y'all talked to him about that at all, or did y'all only talk about
when we left it
work?
Was strictly we were his first exposure, as we are to some people, and where that wound up, we'll find out when he comes back, I guess, if he went any further down that rabbit hole, or if it's just kind of part of like, yeah, why not? It's the shit I deal with. Why wouldn't that be what's going on? I could see that being the.
I'm real curious as to what his thoughts are or will be, because I don't get the impression he had given it much thought, probably even between now and then.
And since then, right?
I really be surprised.
Yeah,
it's probably one of the.
Oh, that's right. That's those guys.
Right, I blocked that shit out.
Shit, I forgot. No, it was like, yeah.
I'd be curious from a clinical standpoint what his point of view is.
I need to get Molly on here for that show.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
I was gonna suggest in chat that we kick Mike off and get Molly on
and get Molly on.
Get her side of the story.
That would have been great.
Right.
I got the impression she's not a fan of Zoom, and I get it. Trust me, you see my camera stays off a whole lot of the time. So yeah, it's
I'm not gonna lie, I wanted to cut my camera off, but I also wanted to have people and wanted to let people have a face to associate with the name. Right, exactly. Because I'm one of the few people in chat that doesn't have an icon. My icon is just an orange Z. I've never set one up. So, but real quick, one more thing before we get out of here. So this is my my roll of flat Earth stickers. I used to work at a grocery store, and we made a lot of our own produce stickers, right? So I hijacked our sticker printer and printed some up. And like I said, I'm a tattoo artist, so I used my Procreate app to draw a little.
Dude. Yeah, I like that little.
It reminds me of the Fortnite thing with like a yin yang thing.
That's kind of what I was going for. I wanted the day and the night to be a little yin yang. I wanted it to be. I didn't want to do like a top down view.
The great deep.
I wanted. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going for. The great deep. So this was just the first version of the sticker. I just wanted it to be this. And a buddy of mine at work who I turned into
what is that? Now, what does that take you to?
This Dave's app.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
And I know somebody would be happy.
The Zodiac sun and star, sun, moon, and Zodiac clock star.
No. Zach, fix that.
I think I'm one of the only people that's never messed up that app name since the day he came out with it. It's the Flat Earth Sun Clock and Zodiac. Or no, that's the first time I just screwed it up.
Can't overthink it.
I do
the same thing. I overthink it. You just gotta open your mouth and push it out.
You just say it, it happens, right? But if you think about it, once
Zodiac, Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Clock app.
Nope.
It's the Flat Earth.
Almost.
That was all backwards.
Flat Earth, Zodiac, Sun, Moon, and Clock app.
Nope.
A blue
Flat
water
Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac clock app.
Zodiac, Sun, Moon, and Clock app.
Wish my iPad wasn't dead. This is the first one, and like something about the printer that we used, it kind of looks like shit. It looks way better than that on my iPad, but I drew a second version of it where I took out.
It looks like a tribal version, like an Indian tint.
Right. I took out what's down here is like Shield or the Great Deep, and that's where I actually put in the scanner so that the whole Flat Earth model is a little bit bigger on the sticker. But I stick these things anywhere I can get away with it. Anywhere out in public. I'll throw them up on street signs. I throw them in the bathroom the most, honestly, because you never have to worry about cameras in bathrooms. So I'll stick them on the mirror, stick them on the trash can or whatever.
Don't worry about those cameras, man. Put them on the cameras.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm gonna start doing. Just walking through the store and slapping them on the
What
camera.
the camera sees the whole time is it's flat.
That's right.
Well, I freak out about stuff like that because I'm also a graffiti artist. That's what I was into before I got into tattooing.
No doubt,
and so, you know, as a graffiti artist, that's
how much
kind
for
of
you
a
to
big
write
deal.
It's Flat on the White House?
Man,
you find me a way to get over that fence and I'll do it for free.
That is such an art form that just boggles my mind. You know, I dabble in different forms of art, but when I watch somebody walk up to a blank wall and just start randomly spraying shit in all these different areas and directions, and it's like, what is this? And suddenly they do 2 or 3 more and it pops into this amazing thing. I'm just blown away. It's so much pre-planned, sought out, ahead of time shit.
It is
that it just goes up, and it's like almost a printer does it, and there it is. I don't know. It just it breaks my brain every
Do you
time I watch
rehearse?
a
How
great
much
video.
rehearsal do you get down? Do you like? Is it actual sprays? Are you like counting sprays? Have you performed this before? So you go
right?
out
No shit. I never
just
thought about it like that. Like
you're doing
literally
shit
a
that's already
timed
practiced.
performance.
Yeah, so what I used to do is I would find like big pieces of plywood or you know, I'm 36 years old. We're talking 25 years ago when I was 12, 14, 15 years old.
Right.
But I would take either black or white paint and a roller, and I would roll out a real thick coat on some wood, and then I would just sit there with different colors and just practice. I'm not a great graffiti artist. My favorite style is what's called a New York Wild style. It's like that real sharp, unlegible graffiti.
Where you can hardly read it. Yep,
Yeah,
I know exactly
I'm not good at that at all. That's just what I like to look at. But my style, I like doing more quick, like what I call throw ups. You can't really see it because of the dog sticker, but stay woke with my anti-pyramid.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's pretty neat.
But like this is more, once I got into tattooing, I realized that's my style. I love doing neo-traditional, American traditional, Japanese traditional.
Right.
Death before decaf. I got all kinds of crazy
Are
shit
you
in
like,
here.
do you have your art somewhere, or is it just all hand?
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
the site,
No, I got so my tattoo, like what I used to use when I promoted myself was Instagram.
Right.
And like I was saying in chat, Zombie Snoop has been my name. Snoop's actually like my childhood nickname because I was a Snoopy motherfucker. I was always going through my friend's shit, not like looking for anything, not trying to get anybody in trouble, just out of boredom. Like, yo, what you got in there? You know? So Zombie Snoop's been my gamer tag for as long as I can remember, and then I've used that as all my social media tags as well. So my personal Instagram is Zombie Snoop, and my tattoo Instagram, Zombie Snoop Tattoos, all one word. And I got all kinds of tattoos and artwork on there. But my iPad is way better.
right. Hell yeah, I like
but
it, man.
like I said, it's my iPad's also dead right now. So this is just a little sketchbook that I keep in my book bag for when I get bored. Everything I do in the sketchbook usually takes me less than 15 minutes.
Oh wow, yeah.
And actually, a lot of this was done when me and my wife were first dating. She used to be a bartender, and I used to go sit up at her bar and wait for her to get off work. And I'd sit there. That's her nickname. I'd sit there and doodle as my initials. And just sit there and fuck around while I was waiting for her to get off work. And I got one more thing I want to show you. This is like in my sketchbook. This is one of my favorite pieces. So it's the Woo Bird.
Oh, no doubt. I just realized it. Hell yeah.
And then a nice American traditional cat head with the cash rules, everything around me.
Nice.
That took me maybe 20 minutes.
That's good shit.
And that's just sketching it out with a pencil and then going over it thick with a Sharpie.
Very nice.
And there's a ton more shit in here. I do flowers. This is the kind of graffiti I like to do. These are my
Right,
graffiti
throw up.
pieces. Yeah, just quick little throw ups. Something I can do with a spray paint can in less than 5 minutes.
Let me see your
That way I
t-shirt.
don't have to risk getting in trouble. My t-shirt?
Down
to
Fiesta.
Fiesta. So one of my wife's best friends, what was it, like a little over 2 years ago, because she was pregnant. She was getting married, and they had a bachelorette weekend retreat thing, and that was the theme of the party, DTF, down to Fiesta. So it was like 7 or 8 guys and 8 or 9 girls in this probably $2.5 million mansion on the beach that we rented on Airbnb. And I don't drink, and they had a drinking rule for the game. It was 1 shot before 10 a.m. or 10 shots before 1 p.m. So every morning I would just wake up and take a shot because I don't drink. I just take that shot and get it out of the way. But this is
good shit.
I'm a huge Wu-Tang fan. This is a Wu bird I did for her. Her favorite flower is a stargazer lily.
I was about to ask you what that flower was. That's awesome, man.
Another
Very
little
nice, bro.
throw up graffiti piece for her.
Very nice.
But yeah, I only tattoo my friends now. I haven't tattooed in a shop since she was about 7 months pregnant, I think, is when I quit tattooing full time. It's just down here in Florida, you know, we got a season. You know, the winter time is really, really busy, and then summertime's just dead. And with a kid on the way, I wasn't about it, man. That's what I was trying to explain to Mike a minute ago. Like, it's not worth it, bro. There's nothing in this world that is worth losing the two of them. And if I gotta quit, like, I busted my ass. I started hanging out in tattoo shops when I was 17. I became an apprentice when I was 20, and I busted my ass for years to become a tattoo artist.
Yep,
and as soon as she said she was, it's not an easy trade to get into. As soon as she said she was pregnant, I was like, nope, it's too inconsistent down here. I got to get a job. So I've been working a regular job ever since then. But, you know, I'm still passionate about art. Actually, her best friend is one of my biggest tattoo clients. Unfortunately, she gets these, you know, little tiny tattoos. She's got about 20 of them all over. But it's cool. As long as I'm doing something, man, I don't care. And I enjoy my job. I got a good job. I actually used to work at the owner of the grocery store is kind of a hustler. He used like the pandemic and calling the pandemic fake as like a way to kind of promote the store. You know, bad publicity, still publicity type thing.
Right.
So he's kind of fake about it, but the store itself, something about that store, man, it's honestly one of the biggest private grocery stores in the country. They had 4 bars, 5 restaurants, all fresh organic produce from his own farm in the store. If you ever get a chance, look it up. It's called Seed to Table. It's owned by Oaks Farm in Naples, Florida. And I mean, it's an experience. It's a crazy store. Something about that store though, man, the people in there, like the employees in there, a lot of them are awake and conscious, and, you know, they see the deceptions in the world. And a lot of them honestly work there because of the pandemic, because the owner of the store was not about it. He was like, no, I'm not enforcing masks, and any health official that tries to come in here and enforce masks, you will be sued. There's notices all over the store. He's got a huge sticker of Fauci with a clown nose on, all kinds of shit. He's got a huge COVID-19 fact sheet printed out as a sticker on the front door of the store, all kinds of stuff. So, I mean, the people there are really awake, and that being in that store, which I was only there for like a year, you know, most of 2021 and a little bit of 22, but being in that store is kind of what made me want to talk to more people about flat earth. And I got to a point where I was just running around the store like, yo, what's up, guys? Because there's a lot of teenagers that work there and stuff, like food runners for the restaurant. And be like, yo, y'all know the earth is flat? And it's crazy how many of them would be like, yeah, and just keep walking.
No,
Like,
no,
cool. I guess I ain't got to tell you shit then. So, but me and my manager were talking about it one day, and because he was talking about the pandemic and how fake it is, and then he's like, and then you got all this, you know, all this psyop shit, like flat Earth out there, and I was like, whoa, now, whoa.
Oh,
that ain't no
shit.
fucking psyop. I said, I'm not gonna push nothing. We're not gonna get into a conversation, but it ain't a psyop. Look deeper into it before you start calling it a psyop. And he was like, he started going off on me. And one of my boys that was the assistant manager of our department, he walked up to me and he literally goes, this is like 3 or 4 weeks of working there, and I thought this kid was cool. And he looks at me and he goes, you know why I think the Earth's a ball? Because that's what I was taught. And I was like, oh my God, he's a fucking idiot. I can't talk to this guy anymore. And within a week, I had him turned. And now he texts me fucking flat Earth TikToks all the time that I can't even watch because I don't have a TikTok. And like, I've got playlists that I build up for him. He's trying to get his girl on it. Like, it's funny.
That's
but
shit. I'm glad we got you on. I hate to cut you off, but we'd love to have you on again sometime. Again, you've got the link.
Man, come back.
I would love to have you on as ASAP. Yeah. Again, as excited as I was to get to have you on.
And any
just
time,
as
it's
glad
morning or night. It doesn't have to just be evening. You know, you pop on when you're up early with us. So.
I'm up early with you every day.
Another solo
I wake
passion.
up at 4:30.
I know. I feel the passion, and definitely love to share it with everybody.
I love it.
Before we do get out of here, I just was flipping through and going to say say goodbye to everybody, and I noticed that I totally missed it. Carl Fletcher, thank you so much for that tip. Over there,
holy cow! Look at that.
Over on Rock Band, saying y'all bring passion for the truth. Much love. Love you, brother. Thank you so much, Carl. Truly. And all the rest hanging out with us there on Rock Band as well. Thank you, guys. And I can't even begin to start listing the great list of folks that came to hang out over here on Have No Sphere as I say goodbye and good night, and I love you all. Thank you so much, Austin, for your time here, brother. I wish we could have spent more time with you. Thank you so much, Zombie, for wrapping it up.
Thank you for letting me come on at the end of the show like this, guys. Next time I won't wait till the 3.5 hour mark.
Anytime.
You're always welcome.
Michael, all I can say to you, my friend, is I love you. I know it's tough. Molly, I love you. I know it's tough. We've all been through this in one form of severity or another, and you know you have us behind you fully, supporting you guys through it all. If there's anything, you know how to reach me. You know how to reach out. If you don't have my number, it's easy to get. Austin's got it. Love you, brother, and truly, lots of love, lots of prayers, lots of thoughts for y'all.
I just want to add on to what Walt said real quick. Molly, if you're still out there and you're listening, please don't give up on Mike. And Mike, don't be a fucking dick, bro. I love you, Doug. I got nothing but love for you.
That's going to be the hard part.
That's coming from a dick, don't be a dick.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming on, bro.
Definitely.
I appreciate you guys letting me come on. I'm going to go ahead and get off of here before y'all actually close out the show and go say bye to some people in chat.
Right on.
I love you guys, and
Love you,
I
man.
appreciate what y'all do. Y'all make it way easier for us.
I look forward when you pop back on.
I'll be back for sure.
Whenever.
For sure. Maybe one time I'll be able to get my wife to poke her head on real quick and at least say hi.
Hell yeah.
All right, guys. I love you. I'll see y'all later.
I love you too. Be good.
Take care.
I've always battled with narcissistic tendencies, right? Because I've kind of fluctuated, but I've always been a bit narcissistic. And I think maybe Flat Earth has helped me with that a little bit, but I noticed even when I first started getting into the truthers and finding some of this stuff out, you see it a lot in the law movement and things like this. You see it, it's a lot of people refer to it as like a religious narcissism, where now that they've found religion, that's what makes them better than you. They were pieces of shit, but now that they've found God and have accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior into their heart, now they're better than you. Now there's this religious narcissism, and it can come along as people bounce and bounce from denomination or religion, and They just to maintain and feed that narcissistic ego that they have. And I found that even in my truth searching, I was still trying to feed my narcissistic ego. Yeah, I was doing it in the name of curiosity or truth or other things, but at the end of the day, once I got honest with myself that it's not really what I was doing. It's not really what I was doing. I was feeding a part of myself that doesn't need to be fed, and it was just pointless.
I'm trying to find a healthy mix of that.
I'm not saying that's what you're doing at all. I'm just telling you how fucking narcissistic I am. But no,
the way to be honest.
But there really is. That's something I do struggle with, and one of those things that I try to keep an antenna out for is my narcissism, and making sure that I'm not doing things for my own benefit, even if I'm claiming it's in the benefit of others. Sure, I'll put this nice spin on it. I can dress it up and make it look nice, but it's all ultimately about me. I feel good. I do it because it makes me feel good about myself.
Mm.
And is that the wolf I want to feed? Or is it about the relationships with those around me? Is that the wolf I want to feed? And again, this is coming from an introvert, and I do have that line. There are definitely large swaths of people for whom I don't particularly care what my relationship is, with whom I am willing to drop flat earth bombs and banking bombs and law bombs, and I'll just bomb the fuck out of them. And that's one of the things that some of my other friends like to treat me like a gun and, point me in a direction and light the fuse and watch me go and see what happens, because they know I get passionate. And they know if I don't give a fuck, then that's when the passion comes out for me, because I don't really care how this conversation ends. I don't give a shit if you are pissed off at me and never talk to me again, because you're never going to talk to me again either way. So be pissed or don't. And get glad in the same pants you got mad in. That's what my grandma used to say. But I love you. And it was just important for me to, we could have gone this whole show and not talked about you at all, and made this completely about me and my shit and other people's, the relationships that we've seen come in and out of Flat Earth. So I appreciate you opening up and being honest, but I wanted this to be a place for you to either come and be able to just not think about that shit and come and be able to relax and chill and have your therapy as a way of relaxing and not dealing with it, or to come in here and be able to unload and maybe catch a few other different points of view and just get your therapy that way. But I really wanted you to be able to come in and just, I know you're going through some shit, and I just wanted to try to help in any way I could.
You did. That's what I said, man. Without y'all, I'd be so lost. I truly know that, like what a crappy life that would be, with to find this stuff out and then not have all you wonderful souls to share it with, that we talk all the time. We're constantly feeding each other's need for this. So I need you, I think is just as much as we need each other and all that, we feed each other.
And let us fill that need for you.
Feed each other lettuce?
Exactly. Space lettuce.
We do our best.
that good old devil.
Well, that way you can let your wife be your wife, and we'll let your Flat Earth pals be your Flat Earth pals. And if maybe someday the twain shall meet, let them do it in their own time.
For sure. Thank you so much. You guys really make my day, and you help me so much. So,
well, I'm glad.
I appreciate your friendship.
Being overbearing. Hope it was all taken with the spirit intended.
Here's a message
100% of the time.
to millions of people who are
sorry. That was not the right
us old farts have some good advice every once in a while.
You got that right.
That's why.
Hey, before you send us off with that, I want to play this.
Do it. So you play that. I won't even play this.
Gravity?
Gravity? Yeah. I can't find
spoiler alert
on our channel though. All I got is mine. But at least it's the full song. You know where that one is?
What I mean, you got to call the guy who downloads everything.
Yeah.
I'm just going to play mine. It's not
22
as good.
terabyte.
I just want to hear the song.
290 terabyte.
I just want to hear the song. Wait, music? There it is. Share, sign,
I can
up,
probably find it. I'm sure I've got the full.
Thanks for letting me hang, y'all. Love you guys. Can't wait
Thanks
to
for
see
being
everybody.
here. Yeah, I
What
can't
is
wait to
this
play with magnets
song?
with you. We're going to
Well,
talk really soon on some of the
Yes,
nerdy
I can't
stuff.
wait to do that too. Yes.
Definitely. Take care of you.
are you kidding? I can't get to the song. Hang on.
I can show you how to use YouTube if you need me to.
Hey, hush up your mouth to me. No, it was right under the tab that drops down every time I go to the top.
Zach got a kick out of that one.
All right,
there
here
goes
we
my
go.
blurry.
Love y'all.
Oh, y'all.
Love y'all.
That wasn't
Good
it.
night, everyone.
Good night.
That was just for Zach.
Eat a dick, gravity.
Ain't a dick, gravity.
Bob's Burgers.
Archer.
What's his name? John.
It was Archer. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Archer.
But his name is John something.
I'll take your
I
word for
forget
it.
it.
He's lots of voices.
Mike.
John Benjamin.
John Benjamin. There we go. Thank you.
I hear you.
Epic guy. Epic voice.
I'm listening to you, and I trust you, and that's good enough for me. You don't have to get into all the nuances. I trust you. That'll be enough. You don't got to keep telling me. I trust you. I trust you.
Gravity. I'm trying to remember exactly when you said that.
Oh, why is it still slowed down? I can never get the right one. God, I suck at everything. Suck at life. I don't even know which one it is here. It's the speed that's turned way down. That's a little closer to it. Oh, he found it. Let me shut this one up. I recognize that. I do believe.
We're up pretty high, our heads are almost in the clouds, and their feet are chained to the ground with their chains of misery. They've got a hold of me, they won't let go of me. Let go of me. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you while you defy gravity. They can be cruel and mean and a huge pain. Our heads are in the clouds now. Don't let them make it rain. A smile can be the sign they're missing out on their rainy day. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you while you defy gravity. You defy strong enough. We don't have what it takes. I say yeah, they're wrong enough, and we'll show them someday. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Oh yeah, don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you while you defy gravity. You defy gravity. You defy